have another one here. This is probably a Sinalactide. So usually when you're like restarting the stream, do you usually stand still or you just keep going? You keep going? Okay, let's go. Yes. The yes, exactly. Great name, huh? Those were the little pink Aikman worms. Yeah. We just summed in. Yeah. Cool. Exactly. Yeah, and actually we were talking yesterday about the unnamed features we were visiting yesterday. Yeah. And we were like, well, when are we gonna know the name, the official name? Okay, you're back live. All right. So welcome again, everyone. This is the second part of our live stream of this dive. We're diving down at 2,588 meters offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. We are on Fuente Seamount, which is a seamount that locates a little bit southwest of Dorado Outcrop, which was our initial site for this expedition. We have been seeing many interesting things, but for the ones we're recently joining, we saw some octopus species different from the ones that we saw in our previous dives. So we're excited to have more information about what this octopus species might be. And we're also looking for evidence of venting sites. And there was a little guy there. Huh. Take a look at that. A little pagurid crab, I think, in our... Oh, can we stop here? Yeah. What is that? Let me see. Okay. Just gonna zoom in into this. Just wanna... Okay, so it's a brittle star on top of a sponge with a crinoid. Okay. It's a pretty nice image. So in the deep sea, we have these associations very commonly of different taxonomic groups, such as this one that you can see here. We also have this CQ here. In our lower right corner, we have a slime starfish, or a slime star. Let's just put it that way. I don't like the term starfish because it's not actually a fish, but we see this beautiful sea cucumber. Can we have an observation here, guys?
It's just red cucumber?
Yes, just put sea cucumber. This looks like a Sinalactis, although I'm just going to double check. All right, we can keep going. So sea cucumbers usually leave some trails, as the one you can see there, a little bit further down in the screen, and uh, they eat and roam around on the sediments. Um, so yeah, they need to get a lot of them out, and usually we also use this signs as evidence of activity. Yeah, a seven. Where? Oh yes. Rock seven. It's a lucky number.
This is a geological observation.
Huh?
You think this is a geological observation?
Yeah.
I haven't seen these.
This seven. Uh, yeah, maybe you can actually put a geological observation in general. That they're like scarp-like features.
What's the scar like?
Scarp-like.
Scarp.
Yes.
What's this over here? Is that an old chimney?
That'll
Where
what?
the lasers are right now?
If I need the lasers on?
No, right where the lasers are right now. Is that an old chimney?
Oh.
No.
Hmm. Yeah, but it's an interesting feature. Yes. It's like coming out, right?
Yeah. That looks
All
like
right.
spires at the top.
Yeah, let's do a zoom on it, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Good study there.
Yeah. Good sighting. Good spot. So we see some interesting geological features here. Um, it is important to not only assess the living component of this area, but also the geological features that tell us more about the history of this particular seamount. Okay. And as we see a squat lobster on our right. Yeah. So what we're seeing here is pretty interesting because yeah, it might be signs of earlier activity here of outflow going from the ocean crust. So yeah, we'll definitely. Did you do the geological
Yeah,
observation?
another one for this. This is.
Yeah, like chimney like structure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You got it. Okay. Can I? Come down? Okay. Exploring around, we see some beautiful black coral in our at the right of your screen. I just wanted to take a closer look at this. Yesterday, in our third dive, we spotted a shark tooth, so that was pretty amazing as well. Yes. Yeah, yeah, it was pretty cool. All right, so I think we're good to go. Thanks, Hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, good signing. Yes, looks like there was some activity there.
You want to back up just a little bit? I don't want to see with the current, just where it takes me. Yeah, so I got a hit on the current.
Head on current. What does that mean that you're going against? Okay. Moving on. So we're the ones for the folks who are recently joining. We're live from Fuente Seamount, uh, previously unexplored Seamount, offshore Costa Rica. This is our fourth dive of this expedition, and we're just doing exploratory work on this dive. There are not that much sampling going around because we want to take a wider look and have a characterization of all this area. So there's a lot of distance to cover. So we will not focus on making any measurements here, although we are very, very interested in spotting and seeing evidence of venting. So if we do see venting, we will be making some measurements and taking water samples. But overall, this will be pretty much, again, an exploratory dive. So thanks for everyone who's joining. Today's a special day because at least here in Costa Rica, it's still June 7th, but for folks who are joining from other parts of the world, it's almost Ocean's Day. So it's a great, great day to remind us the importance of the work that we're doing here offshore Costa Rica, exploring the deep sea heritage, reminding us that this is an unknown realm. Some people call it the last frontier of humankind. And this is definitely something that I definitely agree, as we see this huge boulders popping out of the seafloor. So for folks asking for particular taxonomical questions on the details of the octocorals, we have a specialist on board, Dr. Odalisca Brady. She will be joining us later on in this dive, so I will keep all your questions in relation to the possible ID of these corals, because I am not an expert on those. So please bear with me as we have more information about our colleague Odalisca Brady, which is a Costa Rican expert in octocoral.
That comment from Connor Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do that?
Like
Or with arm?
Like poke it?
See how friable it is? Up to you. I don't know
Yeah, yeah.
how
Let's
much are we guided by that.
let's do it. Yeah, I mean, if we find another one.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Oh, can we have just a second here? Just let me take here. Uh, yes, I just want to see that on the left. Okay.
We have a rock over there. Watch out for my probe. Huge spark
huge sponge. Yeah.
Tight spot.
Can I zoom in?
Yeah, before final space there.
So yeah, no, it is a sponge. All right, never mind. You had a really cool sponge over there. Muy buenos días, muy buenas noches a todos los que se conectan desde diferentes partes del mundo de habla hispana. Para mí es un placer estarlos acompañando el día de hoy. Son las 5:40 de la mañana en Costa Rica. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero. Yo soy biólogo marino y trabajo en oceanografía física en la Universidad Nacional de Costa Rica. Y el día de hoy, en el cuarto de control, me acompañan los científicos Gustavo Ramírez de Cal State University y Tim D'Angelo del Bigelow Ocean Science Laboratory. Estamos explorando el monte submarino Fuente. Particularmente estamos en la cima del monte submarino buscando evidencia de fluido hidrotermal y actividad relacionada a descarga de este tipo de fluidos que están asociados a la corteza oceánica. Hemos estado viendo cosas muy interesantes dentro de alguna de ellas, por ejemplo, una especie de pulpo diferente a las que hemos visto anteriormente en los otros sitios que hemos buceado. Este es el cuarto buceo. So yeah, let's give it a poke. So,
We're gonna land. Can you see that stuff that's a little chippy rock? Yeah. We're gonna poke it with the manipulator. Get a little closer. Look at that.
so we do have some busy seafloor at this hour. We're seeing many anemones, some crabs
That's the poke.
going. Yep. A little poking, yes. So we're gonna see if just do a little poking on these structures to see how stable they are. That one's good. Yeah, the one that you have closer there. Maybe just like the tipsy.
That's very friable.
Yes. No, not a piece, but let's see if.
This could be a cool geology piece. It says on the diagram if there are any interesting geologies there.
Yeah. All right, let me just double check on that. But yeah, I might agree with you for sure.
So that just felt really easy.
Yeah. Looks like carbonate, yeah, huh?
What do you think? I know it looks like.
Yeah. looks like, right?
Yep. Right at the very top orifice there,
Mm-hmm.
there's some focus venting.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try to see if we can get like
Maybe we'll stick around a couple more seconds to see if the
if it's stable.
moon cloud dissipates. Give us a more informed opinion as to what's happening to the orifice.
All right. Let's go ahead and do that.
You're gonna get a video. Brad.
Yeah, but I look. I see the orifice there. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a little bit of venting.
Where? This would be a vent. I'll
Here.
call this possible venting structure.
You see? But again, it might be the disturbance, right?
Yep. What is the? How small is that? Do you have an idea?
We will need to turn on the lasers.
I wonder if there would be any thermal anomaly right at the orifice, and if it would be possible to get the thermometer right up a little bit closer. Okay, yeah. So it's about a 2 to 3 centimeter diameter at the top, right? Maybe that's 10. Maybe larger.
Yeah.
3 to 4.
What's
Yeah.
the space between the lasers?
10 centimeters.
10 centimeters. Yeah.
I don't know if we have the time. I don't know where we're at with our waypoints, but maybe getting a thermometer there. Slightly above there, 3 or 4 degrees. That would be pretty good evidence. For
Let's.
that.
Well, we should
Yeah.
definitely place in a marker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's put a marker and let's
There's no marker there. Possible chinlet?
Yeah.
possibly. Yeah.
Chinlet.
Big steep structures. Kind of looks like a lost city.
It does.
Yeah.
Got covered with stuff.
Actually, I
There's
think
shimmers like
this tip will be a really nice sample to get. Do you think it's easy to?
What do you think, Ben?
You want that sample?
That whole, like,
Just like the tips here, and I think that if we get the tip,
more is gonna come out.
maybe. You
I
know.
mean, it broke off so easily. I bet they could just.
Yeah. Exactly. Just.
Chinlet? Possible chinlet? Chinlet.
Chimlet.
But you can see if you look into what's in front of us, it doesn't look like much more.
Are you ready?
Yeah. So we can put this in. Let's see. Do we have where is it?
Geological center.
Yeah, geological.
Not biological, right?
No, geological. Yeah.
Although there's a biology thing.
Although yes, it's I think is that sponge there maybe.
Oh, yeah. Let me borrow that pen.
Yeah. So let's put it.
Geology is rock.
What's the camera movie?
Let's put it.
Your elbow, your wrist is on the rock.
So in this milk crate maybe. What do you think?
This is where they've been putting rocks.
Okay.
The bio boxes.
The bio boxes. All right. Let's do it.
Oh, 532? 531.
Is it big enough, Sergio?
Huh?
Is that big enough?
Yes. Just try to. Yes. Just the tip. I think it's more than fine. Oh. It's pretty fragile.
Super brittle, right?
Yeah. I think we can just get that one. Yeah. Uh-huh. Beautiful. And BioBox 2. Yeah, that's the thing. But God says that they haven't put it in here. I suggested that
Are these
there's
the
a
rock
rock
boxes?
box. Yeah.
Yeah, do the rock box.
So rock box two. Oh no.
Oh, we got, is that all of it?
Yeah, let's try to get that one because I think it had a sponge.
I'd have to look at the.
But this isn't really that, it's not like a, we're not in like an uplifting zone.
We're on 23 million euro plus.
Yeah, yeah.
All that turbitinization stuff, calibration tool that we're doing right now, it's the mid-Atlantic Ridge.
Right.
Oh,
So that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
What else we call it?
mientras el equipo técnico del ROV nos ayuda a colectar esta muestra geológica, aprovecho para enviarles un saludo a todas las personas que se conectan desde diferentes partes del mundo de habla hispana. Nos gustaría saber desde dónde se conectan. Estamos actualmente en este momento colectando una muestra geológica que nos parece bastante interesante, ya que muestra signos de presencia de carbonatos y algo que tal vez podría ser interesante a estos. Okay, so that was the piece? Yeah, okay. And you think we might come and pick this up as well afterwards? Yeah.
Yeah, we said we have a rock box.
Yeah, so rock box.
I barely have this sample, so I think the easiest one we should put is box one.
Oh, the quad box. It's right
Yes,
there.
the quad box.
You can go right into that front. It's already open, low crate. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. That's perfect. So it's actually rock box 2A.
Yeah.
So can you write that down, Boston?
Yeah, right there. Right there. in
Yeah.
front.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
the letters are not
Yeah.
correct. Correct. Question mark?
So we have some comments in our YouTube channel. If there is that much, if there is too much current going at these steps, there is no current meter actually on the sub and the ROV, but we can definitely tell some of the magnitude of this current because sometimes it will drag the ROV. So from our pilot Scott, I got the idea that we're experiencing kind of a strong upfront current, but how strong would you think it is?
I don't
Not
have a gauge on that. Part. I don't want to speculate.
yeah, so hard to tell.
Good.
But there is indeed currents going on here. Also important to know that sometimes the currents at these steps are not as strong as the ones that we find in upper layers in the water column. So yeah, we're perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's just maybe can we just zoom in on the place that we just sampled and that. Yeah, and just let's take maybe a screen grab and that.
What would it say for the stacks? Slight potential for shimmering fluids or what?
Yeah, like chimlet.
Yeah, but it's pretty binary here. The mandatory question is evidence of venting, yes or no?
Evidence of venting? No, I would
No.
say no. Okay.
Do this again, man. I feel like I see it. Maybe I'm biased because I want to see it. Always got to keep that in mind, right?
Like here, right? But yeah. Anyway,
We move on then?
yeah, I think we're good. Thanks.
How far up? Oh, we're pretty close to the summit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so there is venting, it should be here. Nearby. Yeah.
Un saludo a las personas que se conectan. Vemos que tenemos personas que nos sintonizan desde Puerto Rico, así que un gran saludo a nuestros colegas boricuas. And good morning, good evening, everyone. Tuning in. It's almost 6 a.m. Costa Rica time. We are we're currently diving at 2,584 meters. This is our fourth dive of this expedition. We're currently at the summit or the top of a seamount named or called Fuente. We were looking for evidence of venting and potential octopus activity. We see this scarp-like features. We already took a geological sample in order for our colleagues to take a closer look at the composition of the substrate here so we can know more about it. So we've been seeing a lot of these big boulders. Also, a lot of the echinoderms, particularly crinoids. We see a lot of crinoids, especially on the southern flank where we're just up ascending up to the summit, usually associated with corals. A lot of acorn worms as well as the one that you can see on the screen right now, right below the fish. That is probably Cosquil, cannot tell. And again, we've also been seeing a lot of soft corals such as heteropolypus, which are the orange bright ones that we just passed. Please leave your comments, your questions in our YouTube channels or Facebook channel, and we will be reading you from here as we go keep exploring this place that is the summit of the Fuente Seamount. The current plan is to keep exploring. We're gonna do a survey on the very top of it and then going down into the center of the seamount to see if there's any evidence of venting. For the bathymetry, it looks like there's some sort of collapse on the center, on the other flank of the seamount. So we will be also taking a closer look at this and to get to know more about this history about this place.
Greetings from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, already. So I see it's a good colleague, Micaela Shard. Micaela, this is Sergio. Sergio Cambronero from Costa Rica. I think we met at the GCFI. So greetings from here, from offshore Costa Rica. No sabemos por qué es que le llaman fuente. Es una pregunta que salió dentro de una de las reuniones científicas. Pues aparentemente las convenciones que se utilizaban antes para nombrar este tipo de sitios, particularmente que eran mapeados, identificados con mapas batimétricos, pues no necesariamente seguían un protocolo estándar, sino que pues, lo nombraban como querían y pues eso era el nombre. Por eso es que muchos de estos montes submarinos que tenemos alrededor de esta zona llevan nombres de diferentes científicos. Por ejemplo, hay algunos que le llaman los montes de los matemáticos. En este que se llama Fuente, pues no tenemos idea por qué es que se llama Fuente, pero definitivamente que las cosas han cambiado hasta el día de hoy y lo hemos estado conversando entre las reuniones de ciencia. El día de ayer estuvimos buceando en el Outcrop asociado a este monte submarino que es un sitio pues que no tiene nombre y pues la idea es ver si lo sometemos bajo el protocolo estandarizado de GEPCO, que es la autoridad actual para nombrar este tipo de features o este tipo de sitios en en el suelo marino. Y pues estamos aún debatiendo, ¿verdad? Y encontrando la posibilidad de asignarle un nombre y someterlo a criterio de GEPCO o bien pues dejarlo como un sitio sin nombre. Sin embargo, pues los ticos a bordo estamos muy entusiasmados con la idea de poder nombrarlo y hacer referencia a algo que haga un vínculo directo con el folclore costarricense y algo que logre que la gente también desarrolle algún tipo de empatía con este tipo de sitios. Así que bueno, muchísimas gracias por la pregunta y un saludo, Micaela. Eh, Espero que todo ande bien por allá. Pura vida, como decimos acá. Y si tenemos otras personas en la audiencia que se conecten desde otras partes del mundo, de Costa Rica, por favor déjenos saber desde dónde se están conectando. Estamos en vivo y en directo desde el monte submarino Fuente a 2.588 metros de profundidad. Eh, y me gustaría aprovechar para también comentarles que acá, como parte del equipo científico de este turno, de 4 de la mañana a 8 de la mañana, me acompaña el doctor Gustavo Ramírez, Gus, de Cal State University, y el doctor Tim D'Angelo, del Laboratorio para Ciencias del Océano, Bigelow, que justamente también es la afiliación principal de nuestra Chief Scientist, una de nuestras Chief Scientists o científicas principales, la doctora Beth Orcutt, quien gracias a ella y al doctor don Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica ha sido posible lograr esta expedición que particularmente está marcando un hito en la historia de la exploración de las aguas profundas de Costa Rica y se los digo de todo corazón, es algo que va a quedar para la historia. No tengo ninguna duda de que esto desde ya está teniendo un impacto muy positivo, no solo en la sociedad civil, que estamos logrando despertar interés sobre estas zonas profundas, sino que también interés desde las autoridades gubernamentales y esperemos, eh, y yo aquí digo esto con los dedos cruzados, de que toda esta información que estamos recolectando, todas estas observaciones, deriven y terminen informando para medidas de protección y manejo sostenible de estas zonas, que como podemos ver, están llenas de biodiversidad, la gran mayoría desconocida para la ciencia. Un saludo, vemos que nos sintonizan hermanos desde España, pura vida hasta Europa. Y bueno, también aprovechar que hoy es un día especial y toda esta semana realmente ha sido una semana muy especial, ya que estamos celebrando la Semana del Océano. Mañana, el 8 de junio, es el Ocean's Day y van a haber actividades también virtuales en donde that's okay. That reset the white balance.
Yeah, I was trying to look the ISO and I did it very wrong button, so I don't know.
Yeah, no problem. I think you can balance it with that coral.
When, maybe when it's off. I don't know.
All right, you have it there.
When you bring it further in front,
Further over.
yes, I can focus on it.
Actualmente vemos que el equipo técnico del ROV SuBastian, aprovechando para mostrarles el nombre del submarino que estamos utilizando, esta herramienta de tecnología, es parte de las herramientas disponibles a bordo de esta embarcación, el Falcor 2. Esta es la tercera expedición de esta embarcación que el Schmidt Ocean Institute readaptó para fines de investigación y exploración. Y lo que estábamos viendo era un ajuste en el balance de blancos para lograr obtener la mayor precisión con respecto a los colores, ya que no solamente queremos obtener la mejor calidad de imagen para futuros videos de outreach y de comunicación, sino que también es importante para lograr identificación taxonómica, poder tener colores que se apeguen lo más posible a la realidad que vemos acá abajo. Those are really interesting structures. Yeah. Are those carbonates? No, like looks like there was previous activity here.
I'm gonna redo another white balance on this one real fast. See if that looks any better.
So we see a soft coral on the left that is Heteropolypus. Some people call it mushroom coral, different from the mushroom corals we see from shallow waters. So this will be the deep sea mushroom coral. But yeah, I would say that the best term to call it is by their actual name, Heteropolypus. And yeah, greetings to everyone who's recently joining. It is 7 a.m. 6 a.m. with 7 minutes. So just to make that clear, here in Costa Rica, we are live from the summit or the top of Fuente Seamount offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. As we see this, looks like a beautiful sponge, look like, with a yeah, okay, yeah, take your time, no problem. Oh yeah. Tenemos algunos comentarios en nuestros chats de Facebook y YouTube de dónde estamos geográficamente. Nos pregunta si estamos en la cordillera submarina de Cocos. Y Bueno, la respuesta a eso es que estamos más al norte de la cordillera submarina de Cocos. Este sitio donde estamos ahorita son conocidos como los montes submarinos del noroeste. Están mar adentro de Guanacaste. Así que si los que son de Costa Rica, si se posicionaran, por ejemplo, desde Sámara, desde más o menos la península de Nicoya, no problem. Si se posicionaran desde ahí y se van mar adentro, por ahí es donde estamos, aproximadamente a unos 200 kilómetros aproximadamente de la costa. Y acá en esta área específicamente tenemos montes submarinos que se han mapeado anteriormente y se sabe que no hay una densidad tan alta como la que encontramos en la cordillera submarina de Cocos, de la cordillera submarina de la isla del Coco, por decirlo así, asociada, pero sí que son, no por, no dejan de ser interesantes y particularmente nos pueden decir muchísimo más sobre la ecología y la, la dinámica que se da en esta zona, no solamente la que se da en el lecho marino, sino también lo que pasa en aguas superficiales. Y es que para los que están familiarizados con el término, en Costa Rica tenemos hay una característica oceanográfica muy famosa que se le conoce como el domo térmico de Costa Rica, que es un sitio de productividad alta en alta mar, que es sitio de alimentación de muchísimas especies de interés comercial y de interés ecológico, como la ballena azul, que hace su migración desde aguas del norte y llega hasta un límite sur, usualmente asociado al núcleo del domo térmico. Y esta área en general está bajo la influencia del domo térmico. Todavía no sabemos cómo ni cuál es ese efecto, mientras vemos este hermoso coral con algunos equinodermos como hosts. Y parte de lo que estamos estudiando es cuál es la relación entre la columna de agua y el lecho marino. Juliana, do you think it's possible to pop up the daycare? Yeah, it's just fun, I guess. It's like you know, it's my morning ritual. Yes, like my sunrise ritual.
It's our only sunrise.
The only sunrise we get to see.
Sun salutation.
We did a wash during the day yesterday. It was
Yeah, man. I feel you. I feel you. So as I was talking before, and now I'm gonna translate it into English. We are located offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica, and this place in particular is of much interest, not only because of the seafloor features that we're currently transmitting live at 2,593 meters, but also it's really important because it's under the influence in the upper water column by a specific and special oceanographic feature that's called the Costa Rica Thermal Dome. And this is a long-standing, permanent cyclonic eddy that we can find in the first 200 meters on the water column. And it's what we call an offshore upwelling system. The Costa Rica Thermal Dome has been of great interest because its genesis is usually at the beginning of the year, closer to the Costa Rican coast. That's why is it called the Costa Rica Thermal Dome, but it doesn't mean that stays within Costa Rican waters. And this is actually the most important part. So when as the year advances, it detaches from the coast and travels westward and northward offshore, and it expands its area of influence almost to an extent in which influences all the EEZ, which are the exclusive economic zones of the Central American countries. So this is something that is really important because also a big part of the influence of the Costa Rica thermal dome is actually on the high seas. That is what we call areas beyond national jurisdiction. This means that they don't fall within any jurisdiction of any particular country. So these are um, shared resources, let's say, or shared waters by all humankind. And it is important because the Costa Rica thermal dome is actually being targeted as being one of the very first marine protected areas in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And the important thing that I wanted to tell you, and that is related to the map and the figure that we see in the upper right corner of your screen, it's part of what we can see also and assess while we do these dives. And this is courtesy of the Schmidt team here on board. So big thanks to them. This is pretty much an image of a type of sonar that is used to evaluate what's happening in the water column. So that backscatter image shows us from left to right. In the left, you have, let's say, uh, older time, older timestamp, and as you go to the right, you get the more recent measurements. And as you can see, there is a behavior of this of a feature going down from the upper layer of the water column, and then at some point it starts to sink and going down to around 400 meters. So this is actually what we call the diel vertical migration of zooplankton. And this is really important because it's actually the largest migration on Earth, and it has a huge role on the global ocean carbon cycle, but not only on the carbon cycle, but also in other geochemical cycles, such as the oxygen one. And this is also strictly related to the extent of the oxygen minimum zone of the Eastern tropical North Pacific. So for us, again, it is important not only know what is down here at the very bottom, but also to try to make those connections with what's happening in the upper water column. So again, this happens every night. The zooplankton will travel up to the upper water column, and then as the sun rises, they come back down again to 400, around 300 to 400 meters depth, depending on the area where you're looking from. And this happens every day and every night. So it's pretty amazing to know that even though we cannot see it, many things are happening in the ocean that we still don't know. So again, many thanks to Juliana from the Schmidt Ocean Institute team here in the control room for popping up this great and very informative figure.
She likes
What's that?
she likes to make
What's her name?
jambalaya.
Jambalaya. Oh, really? Yeah. Jules.
And we won't do that.
Too easy.
Jeez. So thank you everyone who's joining in from different parts of the world. It is 6:20 a.m. Costa Rica time. Is it possible we can get a yeah, just to see it. All right.
The ship is facing the south.
So it's off the stern.
So southwest, I think. So we are doing a survey on the summit of the Fuente Seamount. We're at the very top again at 2,600 meters. We started around 3,000 meters from the base of the seamount, and we have traveled up. We've seen many things. So our previous colleagues on the previous science shift, they saw particular sightings, especially an octopus. That is the main objective of this expedition, as we see a Seriantid, probably a Relicanthus, in our lower left corner. And what is mesmerizing for us is that the species that we saw earlier in this dive, this Fuente Seamount, looks very different from the other ones that we found in our previous dives. So this is something that it's to be confirmed by our expert in octopus and cephalopod, Dr. Janet Boyd, which will be joining us later on during this dive and confirming whether this is a different species. And also just to note that in our previous dive, we were able to collect octopus samples, and we were able to confirm there's 99.99% possibility that we got a new species. So this is pretty cool because as you see this on your screen on this live stream, we're seeing many things that are new to science. So it is a great time for ocean exploration. On the waypoint, yeah, well, maybe, yeah, let's wait. We just passed 7. Yeah, maybe let's just stop here for a moment. Let's just like do a look around to see what we can find here. So we see this structures. There's a lot of sediment, very different from what we just saw a few minutes ago. So we're collecting also these observations, video observations, that would allow colleagues on board and back on land to assess the composition of the geological features here. Yeah, no, I think that's okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, no, let's keep it going. Okay. Team Goss, do you have anything you wanna check on here?
Any sample going?
No samples, but like observations of anything.
Yeah, I got
This looks like, actually, can you yeah, can you actually, okay, so that was a geological sample observation. Okay, yeah, this looks pretty exciting. Yeah, let's keep it going. Yeah, it looks outer space like, right? That's crazy. So I wonder how deep the sediment layer is here. Yeah, can we just give it a little push, a little poke? Yeah, maybe around here. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. All right. Let's do it. So, again, thanks everyone who's joining in from different parts of the world. Please let us know where you're joining us from. We're currently live from offshore Costa Rica at Fuente Seamount. There is a question, a comment, whether the moon phase affect the vertical migration. So that's a great question. Previous studies have shown that at higher latitudes, there is an association of the vertical migration with the moon phase. This has not been that well studied in tropical latitudes, such as the one we are right now. But for example, the day before yesterday was full moon, and we saw that there was a slight change in what we could see in the sonar. So of course, this is you know just one observation is not enough to actually let's say validate any hypothesis, but it is something important just to know that we're still missing many information gaps to fill at tropical latitudes. So usually what's known on higher latitudes around the poles is that when you have full moon, the zooplankton might migrate even more shallow than it uses to do, because this is a layer, right? It's not just a, it's usually a thick layer. So this layer usually you can find it more shallow during full moon. Again, this yet has to be confirmed for tropical latitudes, but that was a great question, and we hope actually we're conducting these observations with our sonar on board I mean, all days of this expedition, and hopefully later on this will allows us to assess that particular question. So thanks again to the folks who are um, putting their comments and their questions, and also we see that there's a question in regards to. Hey Janet, how's it going?
Oh, good.
Yeah. So did you see the pictures of
I
the
did.
octopus? So it's a new, it's a different. It's a what again? The genus?
The granulate.
It's a granulani.
The one we got yesterday.
The cruise. Okay.
Did you what?
No, I mean we didn't see it in our shift, so they just
Oh, that was midnight to 4.
that was yeah minutes for.
I'm glad they had some.
Yeah. Morning, Beth.
Morning, Beth.
So people joining from different parts of the world: Canada, USA, Austria. Yeah, we're just poking to see. We're curious about this carbonate fields, just to see how thick the sediment layer is. That's it.
Uh, but when I sat down, it seemed pretty firm.
Really?
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of
Okay.
give or anything.
Well,
Oh, there you go. There it is.
Yeah, these
This is,
aren't true carbonates, they're oozes.
oozes.
Yeah, it's a carbonate siliceous ooze. It's just mud.
Mm-hmm.
that's good.
Okay. Well, that was
Yeah,
pretty.
it's firm enough to push us off to sea, but it had a pretty good down.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll keep it going to waypoint 8 as we explore the summit of Fuente Seamount. I would like to um, take advantage of this moment to tell you that we have the pleasure to be joined in the control room by our chief scientist, one of our two chief scientists, Dr. Beth Orcutt from Bigelow Ocean Science Laboratory, and the expert on board Octopus, Dr. Janet Boyd. So it is almost 6:30 in the morning here in Costa Rica time. Please let us know where you're connecting from, where you're tuning in, as we explore the top of Fuente Seamount offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. like 40 centimeters probably. 35 to 40. So yeah, Beth, your little, like the first ship just did like 2 because of the bottom time, where we got it waypoint 5 and we've done another 2.
So, we set the waypoints before we have people to meet.
Mm-hmm.
So, edges around the waypoints
Okay.
are probably the best spots.
Okay, all right.
Find it.
Benton.
Steep relief.
Okay. All right. So actually, yeah, that was a thing that was brought up by Steph before she left. Yeah, because I wasn't sure. She was like, "Well, I think that is like present features."
Yeah.
So yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, once we get up to waypoint 80, it's going to be easier because
Yeah, we'll just
like,
turn.
yeah.
Okay.
Like, for example, when we come from waypoint 13, try to get in on the edges of the main part. We don't need waypoint 13 is actually pretty big. It's not hard, but anyway, we'll get there later.
So we could be already.
So you're saying this,
It's called a carbonate solution mousse, so it's a mud. It's made up of brand and tiny diatoms. And then, so there's probably versions. That's what it's because it's so consolidated. Because there's carbon themselves. How we doing on
So thank you everyone who's leaving their comments in our YouTube and Facebook channels. We see people from all around the world. Today is a special day because tomorrow is Oceans Day, and actually, in many parts of the world, it's almost starting. Actually, we got some colleagues, some folks tuning in earlier from Australia, so it's almost June 8th for them. So it is a great day to remind ourselves the importance of this type of missions that we're doing and the work that Schmidt Ocean Institute supports with their research vessel, the Falker 2, which allows us to be able to witness all this unexplored depths all around the world that otherwise we will be able to do. So, huge thanks to the Schmidt Ocean Institute, all the people that make this possible. We see some heteropolypus corals on the lower right corner. These are soft corals, and we've been seeing a lot of them. Also, we got some fish in the frame, probably coskeels by the way that they look. And these are, we've been seeing a lot of them as we see this very, very particular seascape. So we have a question, a comment on the one of our chats about what's underneath the sediment, if it's solid rock, and if the sediment accumulate higher and higher, or if the currents erode this. So those are great questions, and that's actually what we're trying to answer with this expeditions. We see a Crossoda passing by, beautiful. Um, so below the sediment, there is definitely hard substrate. Hard to tell what it is, and this is why we are doing this type of mapping, because it will depend on where we are located. So it will slightly differ from what we can find here at the summit, in difference to the abyssal plain. So what I've learned from my geologist colleagues in this expedition is that down in the abyssal plain, the sediment layer can actually be really thick, and it will depend also, it will vary. So most of the time, and this is true for pretty much of many questions. Oh, as we see a deep sea skate here, beautiful. So this is a batirraja skate. So yeah, can we do the biological observation, Gus? So this is something that we saw before in our second dive, I believe. Actually looks like a batirraja, but it's actually to be confirmed. We'll have to go and check our records and the guides, but yeah, go for it. Um, what? ¿De cuál? ¿De este? Ah, ya tenemos un montón. Las hormigueras como han salido, sí, un montón. Así por un montón. Em, sí, lo que acaba de salir. Sí, la que estaba a la izquierda, sí. Esa sí la quería tomar, pero él está ahí como manejando. Aprovecho para enviarle un saludo acá al el otro eh, líder de la expedición, doctor Jorge Cortés, de la Universidad de Costa Rica, que recién nos acompaña acá en el salón de control. Acá entonces tenemos la dicha de tener a los dos jefes científicos de la expedición acá con nosotros, así que si tienen alguna pregunta, algo que les gustaría, pues que ellos nos ayuden a responder, pues es el momento. Em, hay una pregunta en el chat de cuál es la diferencia entre un skate versus un ray. Entonces, en español, los skates realmente son llamados como rayos de aguas profundas, y básicamente lo que tengo entendido es que la diferencia es que las rayas que se encuentran en aguas profundas son llamadas skates, usualmente son de géneros particulares, de familias que solamente están limitadas a aguas profundas, y las rayas usualmente están asociadas a aguas más superficiales, con otros, por decirlo así, con otros tipos de morfologías. Las skates usualmente tienen esta morfología que pueden ver acá, que son bastante elongadas, y usualmente no son redondas como muchas otras rayas que están en aguas someras, sino que estas tienen este tipo de composición corporal tipo romboide, usualmente con esta extensión caudal bastante larga. A veces se han visto muchísimas de estas rayas caminando, o estos skates, caminando utilizando sus aletas, e inclusive muchas tienen claspers modificados. Así que pues es bastante interesante para nosotros obtener informaciones y observaciones, perdón, de este tipo de organismos que nos puede decir más si estos sitios están siendo frecuentados por este tipo de animales que tienen una importancia ecológica bastante alta. So, good morning, everyone who's just tuning in. We're live down at 2,619 meters offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. And this is our our fourth dive of this expedition. We are currently navigating and exploring the summit at the top of this seamount that is called Fuente Seamount. We have been seeing pretty important observations. So, for example, we saw a species of octopus that's Granulodoni, according to our expert here on board, Dr. Janet Boyd. And also, we've been seeing a lot of geological features of interest for our scientists on board. So, all this footage is of great help to assess this. The main objective of this dive is to actually mainly exploratory, so we will limit our sampling. But again, this is important because we're mainly focusing on finding two main things. One is any evidence of venting at this seamount. So again, if you see something, please let us know in the comments. But we are with our eyes wide open um, to see if we can spot any evidence of outflow. And the second objective of this exploratory survey is also to see if we are able to find not only octopus that we saw earlier, but brooding octopus in order to test some of the hypotheses that this expedition is trying to resolve and linking the potential relation between this seamount with nearby seamounts and other features such as Dorado Outcrop, which we were exploring in our first dive. And if you have not seen that footage, please head over right now and watch it on the Schmidt Ocean Institute channel in YouTube, because that was a great dive. We saw, I would say, thousands of octopuses with well, brooding eggs. So it was pretty amazing. Again, if you have not seen that dive, the Schmidt Ocean Institute has all the dives logged in their YouTube channel. So if you don't have the chance to tune in live, you can do it at the time that is more convenient for you. So for folks joining in, we have some comments on the sampling of different things we've seen in this dive. So again, as I was mentioning, the main objective of this dive is mainly do visual and footage exploration with the ROV SuBastian. We're limiting our sampling because we want to cover as much as we can of this seamount that has never been explored before. We are definitely dropping some markers on the particular places we see interesting things, not only on the biological side, but also on the geological side. And hopefully we find interesting stuff. We might be able to go back and do some collections. But for the moment, we're limiting ourselves for two main objectives. One is finding evidence of venting, and two, finding octopus and see if we can see brooding behavior. We see some Serianthid, and that we just passed, and we're starting to see a change in the seascape from where we were. We're currently going a little bit down, a little bit deeper. This orange soft coral is an Heteropolypus. We've been seeing lots of them in this dive at Fuente Seamount, and our folks here on board are pretty surprised about the density of this particular group of soft corals. What was that? Wow. Wow. That's, yeah, can you put a geological observation? Wow. That's, can we get here to have a 100%? Wow. Yeah.
What is this? Davy Jones.
David Jones. David Jones dinner table. Wow. I wonder how big it is. It's like probably what, like
Yeah.
Put it on the table, yeah, roll it out.
so we've seen a lot of interesting things in the in our in your screens right now. So there is a pretty particular rock that looks like a table. Um, there are many things outgrowing, and on the left, right side, I'm sorry, we do have a huge coral. So we're gonna spend here some time to have footage because this is not really common, at least for the dives we've seen. This almost looks like it was handmade. Wow. Muy buenos días a todos los que se conectan desde Costa Rica y otras partes del mundo. Habla hispana, un gran saludo. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero y los voy a seguir acompañando hasta las 8 de la mañana, hora de Costa Rica. Por favor, si nos están sintonizando desde Costa Rica o otras partes de habla hispana, nos gustaría saber desde dónde se conectan y que nos dejen sus comentarios y sus preguntas. Actualmente estamos viendo una roca muy particular que estamos acá pues comentando que parece como una mesa. Es increíble. De verdad que estamos asombrados y bueno, nos vamos a quedar aquí. Vemos que aproximadamente puede ser unos, what, like 1.5 meters, maybe? Yes, they're already on.
Well, too.
that's that's where children. So keep leaving your comments and your questions in our YouTube and Facebook channels. We're reading you, and we're surprised as well to see this really awesome geological feature. Not everything is about the biological component, and I gotta say that as a marine biologist, I'm pretty surprised about this rocks and geological features.
How wide is Sebastian?
Are you gonna sit on the rock?
I'm not gonna sit on it. Knock it over. It's a really cool thing.
It's a Sebastian pedestal.
Put the arm on it. I'm saying this is. Well, all right, can you look down with the science camera for me? Can you look down with the science camera for me? The main camera. See it down? Okay, so right now it's lined up pretty much as wide as the porch on Sebastian. Wow.
And that will be 2
I
meters?
should
No.
know the answer to that, but unfortunately I do not. I'll bet you.
But that, yeah, I think around, right? Like 2 meters, something like that. So yeah, so we do have an initial estimate on the size of this rock. So we have a width around between 1.5 meters and 2 meters. So it's pretty long. It reminds me of a previous expedition that happened. I don't remember, cannot recall the vessel, but that they found some stairs looked like structures, and it was all over the news that it was like stairs from an underwater civilization, something like that, and it made it to the headlines. Like everyone was talking about it. So yeah, this might be Poseidon's dinner table or something like that. So as we see this awesome footage, also for folks who are putting their comments on, we definitely want to get the best footage as possible, and but we also would like to try to not disturb the environment. So even though we will maybe would like to give it a poke, I don't think we wanna disrupt this very beautiful structure. It's a great shot. A great shot, Chris. Can you already did the geological observation?
Yeah.
All right.
Bro was on top of you like it.
I know. Absolutely stunning, like, dinner table.
Yeah. Just probably pick it up and set it on.
We see a sea pen even. Pretty nice. Some sponges growing and a Pteropolypus also. We see a sponge on top. Wow. So is it possible that we can get that same movement, but with the background lights turned off, like just like
You gotta go spotlight.
exactly like a spotlight.
Take off inner cast and bottom fields.
Thus, can you put also a video highlight?
What, 6 spots to the right? Half by 6 what?
Start,
Look for places.
No, blaze is off. Blaze is off.
So welcome everyone who's just tuning in. We're getting footage of this geological feature we found that looks like a table. Um, it is pretty impressive, so we're trying to get a nice footage for to be able to show this to the rest of the world. We're live from Fuente Seamount offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. We're currently at 2,622 meters, and we are mesmerized by this finding, which looks like a human made table. Disclaimer, of course, it is not, but we definitely are getting footage of this in order to have a posterior assessment on the possible history around this beautiful rock.
Probably at one point, yeah. Can't imagine them coming this close to each other, not being attached.
However long it takes to roast things,
Geological
it just,
time.
it went,
Yeah.
you know,
Alrighty, let's keep it moving. Thanks, guys. That was amazing. So, welcome everyone who's just tuning in. This is dive number 4 of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. We're currently diving at 2,622 meters. Oh, wow. As we see wow. Beautiful. It's just posing. Video. Video highlight. All right. Well, never mind.
by observation of these waveforms. Just,
No, this is this with the round head.
I like the size, I like that one. That had the other one else that was
well, there was one thing today that I noticed. I'll scoot you into your table, sir. Two creams, one sugar. Two creams?
So that what you saw was a type of Koskeel. I was trying to double check the genre, but kind of hard for me to tell at this moment. But I definitely can tell you it was a type of Koskeel.
Please don't change.
Oh. So we're diving deep down the summit of Fuente Seamount as we see a paragurid crab or pagurid actually, and this is the crustaceans that hold an anemone on their back. Yeah, it's a pagurid. Yeah, pagurid crab hosting an anemone on their back. So we see that in the deep sea, animals are friendly. They get along. They hitchhike. It's just pretty friendly environment. Looks like. So we're doing an exploratory survey of the Fuente Seamount, which was previously unexplored. If you're seeing this live on your screens, you're the probably the first humans seeing this piece of seafloor. So I hope that you feel as lucky as I feel and fortunate to be able to witness this with this such amazing resolution. What's that? That like you saw it? This. Okay. Yeah. It was. It's a coral. It's a black coral. Actually, let's do a zoom on it because we have some folks that are like, experts and just see if Jeremy Horowitz. Yeah. He was
different than that.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think Jeremy is tuning in. Uh, there was just discussing about if it was a alternate Patari, something like that. And yeah, so they asked us to have a closer look at it, and I know that Olaliska will be also pretty happy with it.
We never assumed that that was the case.
Can you introduce yourself in chat?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Sergio Cambronero. I am a researcher and professor at the Universidad Nacional. I'm a marine biologist, but I've been working on physical oceanography for the last 8 years. As we see this beautiful coral, so apparently the branches are alternate. So this is a different species that apparently that the one that we got in our previous dives, in which the branches were not alternate. So yeah, wow. So yeah.
Did you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I already introduced myself. Yeah. So yes, later on, Don Jorge Cortez will be joining you in the live stream. But yeah, for the moment, and I hope that you're enjoying this dive. It has been really nice. All the features that we've been able to see, and for me, it is pretty surprising that the majority of great things we've seen in this dive are not necessarily biology related. So we've seen a lot of geological features that are pretty interesting. And again, I'm not an expert in geology, but it is always very cool to know more about things that you don't know. So don't know. So we're live down from Fuente Seamount offshore Costa Rica, and I would like to take advantage of this moment to also mention that I'm being joined in this shift, this science shift, by my colleagues here, Gustavo Ramirez from Cal State University and Tim D'Angelo from Bigelow Ocean Science Laboratory, who have been wake since 4 a.m. So it has been an early bird for us, and we will be keeping this shift. So I know that for people living in Costa Rica, it's kind of early, but some other folks around the world might find this shift more convenient for you to watch. So you will probably be listening to us at this particular time of the day. I hope you're having as much fun as we do and as we're having. And we are currently navigating away from the very top of the Fuente Seamount. We're trying to look for evidence of venting around this area, and also trying to see if we're able to find octopuses and brooding behavior. So the main priority of this dive is just doing video survey and exploration, but we are definitely dropping markers of all the many interesting things that we have been seeing, and hopefully we will be coming back and taking some of the samples. So for now, we were just doing exploratory survey and trying to cover as much area as we can. This is our fourth dive of this expedition, which is called Octopus Odyssey. And again, I'd like to thank the Schmidt Ocean Institute for making this possible. For me as a Costa Rican, I am honored to be here on board Falcor 2 and being able to get all these observations and do this exploration that otherwise we wouldn't be able to do. So special thanks to the Schmidt Ocean Institute and their amazing team.
Yeah, amazing too. I can't be right there. Of course.
So good morning, good evening to everyone just tuning in. Buenos días, buenas noches a todas las personas de habla hispana que se conectan el día de hoy. Son las 7:08 de la mañana acá en Costa Rica. Le extiendo un caluroso saludo a todas las personas que se conectan desde Costa Rica. Estamos actualmente dentro del territorio costarricense haciendo historia. La verdad me siento muy orgulloso de ser partícipe de esta expedición. Estamos buceando y explorando un monte submarino que no se había explorado anteriormente, que se llama el Monte Submarino Fuente. Y me gustaría también extenderle un saludo a todas las personas de habla hispana alrededor del mundo. Por favor, déjenos sus comentarios, sus preguntas. Cuéntenos desde dónde nos están viendo. Los estamos leyendo aquí atentamente. Y es importante para nosotros también saber desde dónde se conecta, ya que parte de los objetivos principales de estas expediciones y de las misiones del Schmidt Ocean Institute no solamente es la ciencia, sino que también es extender el componente de impacto y poder llegar a más personas cada vez más para que se den cuenta de la importancia de tener un manejo sostenible de las profundidades del océano. También hoy es un día especial porque el día de mañana es el Día Mundial del Océano, lo cual es una fecha importante para recordar y conmemorar de que todavía nos queda muchísimo por explorar de la última frontera para la humanidad, el mundo submarino. Por ejemplo, lo que estamos viendo y lo que están viendo en pantalla es probablemente que seamos los primeros humanos en ver este, esta zona y estos animales. Así que espero que al igual que yo se sientan afortunados de poder estar experimentando y viviendo esto. Y les cuento que definitivamente estamos haciendo historia en Costa Rica con esta expedición y esperamos en un futuro muy cercano poder llevar este conocimiento y todas estas observaciones a diferentes personas, no solamente en Costa Rica, sino que también en la comunidad internacional, para crear conciencia sobre la importancia de estos ecosistemas.
She wanted to explore on the other side of this point, right? That
Oh.
other place. She wanted us to go a little bit up, see if there's anything.
Yeah, like a little bit off where you would say like
We have to go. We have to go east. We can't go on the other side of this point. That's
what's that?
we'll have to go east. We can't go on the other side.
Okay, like east, yeah, like going to the collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, like can you do us some okay. So I know yeah, let's try it to see if we can like position ourselves like around here
All right. So we're gonna go east.
and like
So we're gonna go on here. The top. No, 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 no. East.
Oh, it is,
Yeah.
it's so,
So this.
so what do you wanna do, you wanna show your buses going?
Yeah, pretty much.
I will. How about I just pause?
Pause in there. Just bring it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, right there's fine.
Great, I think I'm gonna pause them.
yeah, I don't hold on. Morning, man. Pretty good. Did you see the table like feature?
Yeah, we were looking at it.
That was mind blowing. Yeah. So yeah, let's try to keep like, I mean like try to follow the waypoint path, but like just in here to see if it's possible that we find some activity there.
Well, other than
All right. Thanks, Rose. So I would like to welcome. Yeah. Thanks. So we've had a recent shift in the control of the ROV. So I would like to welcome our folks from the Schmidt Ocean Institute, our ROV team, Ben and Adam, who are joining us in the control room, along with Juliana behind the scenes. Such a great team. And also on the science shift, I am being joined by Gustavo Ramirez from Cal State University and Tim D'Angelo from Bigelow Ocean Science Laboratory. So we're currently at 2,619 meters, exploring this previously unexplored seamount called Fuente. We're looking for evidence of venting and also looking for evidence of octopus and octopus brooding behavior. So please. Smile. Well, I'm in my PJs, man. No, that's good. Where it is? So, live on your screen, you can see here the control room and Steph joining. So, this is a great space because you can see we have so many screens we have the option to talk like very, very close and work in conjunction with the ROV pilot. So this is me here raising my hand. And in here we have all the annotation systems. So it's a great, great control room. I feel very, very fortunate to be here. It's a great infrastructure to do science. So thanks to Juliana for putting that view. Yeah, we already got one. Yeah. Ale got him off? No. Well, yes, maybe off. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you. So we see some amazing sea cucumbers on screen. I'm particularly drawn for this type of species or this type of organisms. They're pretty common. We've been seeing a lot of them in these dives, but the most, I would say, curious fact is that many of these species that we're seeing are probably going to be new findings for science. So we are not doing any biological sample on this dive, at least not yet. It's not a priority for this current dive. But I would just also would like to point on the fact that when we do our biological samplings, we try to minimize the impact that we have in the biological populations. Also, just to know that everything that's happening on this expedition has undergone stringent permitting processes with the Costa Rican authorities. And special thanks to Don Jorge Cortez for leading these efforts of coordinating with the Costa Rican government. And also a great time to remind you that today is a special day because tomorrow is World Oceans Day. So we feel very proud and fortunate to be here, having the opportunity to showcase the wonders of the deep ocean to a global audience. So please, if you're tuning in from different parts of the world, let us know your questions, your comments. Let us know where are you tuning in, and we will be reading you. For us, it's really important to know the extent of the outreach component, as this is one of the main priorities of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. Not only advance in science, but also advance in ocean awareness. You got some comments there, Juliana. Did you see? So from this waypoint, let's try and like from this try to go this way onto the next one. Try to follow up this bathymetry lines this icon right here, just to see. All right, thanks. Muy buenos días a todos los que nos sintonizan desde diferentes partes del mundo de habla hispana. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero. Soy biólogo marino y trabajo en la Universidad Nacional en el Departamento de Física. Llevo 8 años trabajando en oceanografía física y para mí es un honor y un placer estarlos acompañando el día de hoy. un especial saludo a todos los que se conectan desde Costa Rica. Son las 7:20 AM, así que sé que muchos y muchas estarán experimentando presas, así que espero que este buceo les esté ayudando a distraerse un poco si es que van en el bus, si van en el tren, en el carro escuchando. Y que sepan que mientras estamos hablando, estamos haciendo historia en este momento. Historia ya que muchos de estos sitios que estamos explorando no habían sido filmados previamente, así que es un honor y espero que se sientan igual de afortunados que yo de ser de los primeros humanos en ver estos ambientes de aguas profundas que actualmente estamos viendo en pantalla a 2.629 metros de profundidad. Así que déjenos sus comentarios, sus preguntas en el chat de Facebook y de YouTube. Por acá los estaremos leyendo y con mucho gusto pudiendo responder lo que esté dentro de nuestro alcance. Y pues muchas veces no tenemos la respuesta, pero nos comprometemos a consultar con los otros colegas a bordo para poder despejar todas sus dudas. También es importante si nos sintonizan de diferentes partes de Costa Rica, que nos digan, nos dejen saber desde dónde, ya que esto es importante para nosotros evaluar el impacto que está teniendo esta expedición a nivel nacional, principalmente tomando en cuenta que estamos en la celebración de la Semana del Océano y que el día de mañana se celebra el Día Mundial del Océano. Asimismo, me gustaría hacer hincapié para los que no saben de que el gobierno de Costa Rica, en conjunto con el gobierno de Francia, van a están coorganizando la próxima conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre los océanos para 2025 y habrá algunos eventos asociados en 2024. Así que Costa Rica, a pesar de ser un país muy pequeño en el mapa, estamos tomando un liderazgo que considero excepcional y desde muchísimas aristas. Así que sientámonos orgullosos de ser ticos y de poder tener tanto patrimonio en el océano. Yeah. All right, okay, let's do a quick pan here. Let's see, so we're gonna do a close-up on this coral. No, it's okay. I think let's just see. I'm actually kind of interested on the one that's like right next to it, the small one. So you can see on the screen, we're seeing an octocoral. So this does an autofocus, right? I'm not able to like. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Ben. So we see an octocoral here, And right next to it, we see a sea pen, what looks like a sea pen with a brittle star host. We're gonna do a little bit zoom here to explore, or for you to take a closer look at these beautiful animals here. We have on board our octocoral and soft coral expert, Odalisca Bridi, who might be joining, well, no, might be, who definitely will be joining us later as a dive lead. So we just saw previously on the top of the summit of Fuente Seamount, we saw many associations and many different hosts uh, interacting with octocoral. So we like to say that octocorals are pretty much the hotels of, yeah, of the deep sea, because you usually find many species associated with them and living in them. So we previously saw, and if you were not able to see that, we invite you to revisit this dive. You're able to see it on YouTube as many times as you want. We, like 1 hour ago, we were just watching mesmerizing footage of the top of the seamount, of Fuente Seamount, which was very dense and octocoral. We saw a lot of crinoids in association with this particular organisms that are really important at these steps. All right. Are we still catching up with the ship? Okay.
He's getting it.
Moving forward.
All right. Yeah, let's go. Waypoint 9. So as we go down on this seamount, that's called Fuente Seamount, we're moving away from the summit or from the top, looking for evidence of venting or octopus brooding. It is amazing how different can the seascape be in just a matter of tens of meters. So we were previously watching, and again, if you were not able to watch that, I definitely recommend you to go back in the live stream. We watch a table-like structure as we see this crustacean, which is like a pagurid crab, and we saw this rock formation again that looked like it was handmade. So that was pretty mesmerizing, and that was just, yeah, probably 50 to 100 meters behind. And now we're seeing a completely different seascape, more, I would say, with sediment. So yes, also I just want to point out that all these particles you're seeing on screen, which look like glitter, the majority of these particles are remnants of the primary productivity in the upper water column. And this is very important because this is something that is called marine snow, and it is known that this is a major food source for the deep sea. So you would ask yourselves why this is important. It is because everything that happens in the upper layers in the ocean ends up affecting and determining somehow, some way, what happens in the deep sea. So, as we would like to say, everything is connected, and this is one evidence of it. And part of my work here in this cruise is trying to understand this better. So while we dive, we are taking measurements of the currents, we're taking measurements of the water column to see and to assess what is the connection between the surface, the mid water column, and the seafloor. So this is I would say a pretty recent research area that has been getting more and more attention, and it is called benthic pelagic coupling or pelagic benthic coupling. And it's all about answering these questions and filling the gaps to understand better what's the influence and the connection between the seafloor and the water column. So we have folks tuning in from different parts of the world. We're seeing some comments, people joining from Brazil, Barcelona, Costa Rica, the US, Canada, Austria. We have a global audience, so this is something great for us to know that we're able to share all these wonders of the deep sea and having a major impact on a worldwide scale. So what? Can? Oh, can we do a anthropogenic observation of that, Tim, please? So what you're about to see on screen is not that encouraging, but reminds us also that even in the deepest part of the ocean, we can still see the impacts of our activities. So, can we do like a really good zoom on it to see what is it? Yeah.
That's barely me too.
So what you're seeing on screen, unfortunately, and again, this might not be very encouraging as we see a crab coming out of its crevice. We see that even in the most remote places in the ocean, we are able to see, unfortunately, human impact. And this is a beer can. So please remind this moment the next time you're drinking a beer, and please just put it in the trash can. Recycling, yeah. Recycling can, yeah. So can that was like can we like zoom again? It's like that. What are these letters? It's like magic. What?
Kirin.
Here we go.
Kirin, right? Yeah, Kirin.
Kieran. All right. Okay. Well, again, this reminds us the importance on changing our daily habits. So yeah, this is something. This is important moment to you might be asking yourself. Well, these people might have the option to pick up that trash can, right? If we find pollution, but it is important also to know that this trash can, as you can see, has many, it's already a habitat itself. So because we don't want to, we want to cause us and diminish the impact that we have in the seafloor. Um, Even though you might think that the best thing to do is to pick up the can, actually we might actually end up impacting the animals and the biodiversity that is growing there. So I know it's kind of sad, but at the end, the solution is not picking up the trash, and forget about it. But might be more impactful to incorporate this and do it better here in land to avoid it. Because once the trash is down there, animals start to live there, and then it becomes part of their habitat. So we don't want to disrupt that. So you can keep going. Para los que nos sintonizan en español, desafortunadamente acabamos de ver evidencia de contaminación antropogénica. Vimos una lata de cerveza que desafortunadamente pues encontramos a estas profundidades en un sitio particularmente remoto y que no había sido explorado anteriormente. Entonces nos deja ver que a pesar de que estos ecosistemas y estos ambientes son remotos, igual están sujetos al impacto de la actividad humana. Sé que es algo que es difícil de asimilar y es algo que a uno no le gustaría ver, pero es parte de la importancia de estas expediciones poder evidenciar que esto se está dando. Y también solamente hacer el comentario, porque tal vez se preguntarán, bueno, ¿por qué no lo recogen? Y es básicamente porque una vez que la basura llega al fondo marino, probablemente esa lata de cerveza estaba ahí por años y años, y pues, la fauna marina, los microbios colonizan este substrato y al final se convierte en parte del hábitat. Entonces nosotros tratamos de minimizar el impacto que tenemos sobre el ecosistema, y esa es la razón principal por la cual no colectamos, en este caso, esa basura. No porque no queramos, porque créanme que yo soy la primera persona que me gustaría recogerla, pero al mismo tiempo no sabemos si hay animales que están viviendo ahí y que ya pues esa es su casa. Así que creo que aquí el comentario y la reflexión no es verdad, y pasa lo mismo en aguas someras, en los ríos. No se trata de seguir con los mismos errores cotidianos y tratar de enmendarlos recogiendo la basura. Eso contribuye, sí, pero lo más importante es examinar nuestros hábitos y tratar de evitar y cortar el problema de raíz. Y en este caso, asegurarnos de que cuando consumimos algo, asegurarnos de reciclarlo, y no solamente reciclarlo, sino también reutilizarlo. Porque como ustedes pueden ver, y es bastante triste, muchos de estos materiales, de esta basura, pues termina afectando un ecosistema que la verdad no debería ser impactado por la actividad humana. Así que seguimos en nuestro cuarto buceo de esta expedición, la Odisea de Pulpos, o en inglés Octopus Odyssey, mientras vemos un acorn worm en nuestra pantalla a mano derecha, y vemos varios octocorales en esta zona donde principalmente vemos una capa de sedimento bastante delgada, por decirlo así, de poco espesor, sobre la roca, que en este caso pues está asociado al origen de este monte submarino que se llama Fuente y en donde estamos buscando señales de actividad hidrotermal y señales también de pulpos que viven acá y para comprobar las hipótesis que tenemos, a ver si estos son sitios que son importantes y son frecuentados por estos pulpos y utilizados como guarderías para cuidar e incubar sus huevos. Morning. So we just saw a beer can.
I saw it upstairs, it was in the kitchen. Was it beer?
Yeah.
I mean, not very much trash though, generally. 20 points, guess the brand. Really? You can see the brand?
Yeah. I wasn't able to
I've never heard
I'm
to
gonna say
identify.
Heineken.
No.
Kieran. Okay, alright. Never heard of Kieran there.
where's that from.
Is it Thai?
Japanese?
Japanese?
Japanese, yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
That's
What
it.
What are the main fishers out here?
You know what?
Fishers.
Fishers?
Like, what are the main fishers?
Well, Costa Ricans, for sure. We have a lot of people coming from Equatorial fleet as well. Venezuela, usually they eat fish for tuna around this area. And yes, I know there was a high presence of Taiwanese fleet.
That's what I was thinking. If there's like any Asian foods over there.
Yeah.
Never.
Do they come into Costa Rican waters with permission, or do they?
Yeah, most of the time, yes, and they don't have that much restrictions for them. They're just like,
That's it?
you know, going
Are you from there to there? No, you go to there.
yeah, yeah. I will hand it over to like you in like 10 minutes, and I will just like go.
Last 10 minutes of breakfast?
I mean, unless
Yeah,
you want, I can
I will
go.
catch the last 10 minutes.
You can go now if you want.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
This is my thing, Chris quality time. It's that quality time, sorry. Family time.
So we just saw a sea cucumber down there, sitting on top of the seafloor and covered in sediment. We're heading northwest direction. We are currently diving at 2,631 meters offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. We are surveying a previously unexplored seamount that is called Fuente Seamount, which translates to English to fountain. We're currently focusing for this particular dive, which is our fourth dive of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition, focusing mainly on doing video surveys, dropping markers for interesting things we find, and mainly looking for evidence of venting and octopus, particularly octopus brooding behaviors. So this will be at the moment our longest dive. We are going to be, we've currently been around 9 to 10 hours, and we will be diving for another 22 hours around this. No. Just wanna look at that. We see a little shrimp there.
No, yeah, I'm actually a little further to the it's there.
We see some brittle stars buried beneath the sediment layer, beneath the rocks. We see some corals. That's a sea cucumber over there. These are very common. And I know this might look like it's not that much of a biodiverse place, but actually, you might be surprised to find that there is a lot of life here who's actually not that visible in the. Yeah. Can we slow down, please? Many of the animals living here are usually buried below the sediment.
If you open this, if you zoom out, see where it is.
Oh, that's really particular behavior. I never seen that. Gus, can we drop an observation here? Diva, have you seen this behavior? Like
It's
wrap?
just, I think it's just crawling over.
Yeah, like it's wrapping around a rock.
Hanging out. I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Yes.
Really?
It's not like attached to it, it's just.
Yeah. It's just like
hanging
like
out for a bit.
wrapped around, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, sea cucumber. Okay. Yeah, let's keep it going.
But I like your excitement.
Yeah, totally. It's just that, yeah, I've never usually saw them like even, in images from other, they're usually just like not that invested into a particular rock. So I want to take advantage of this moment to welcome Dr. Diva Aman in the control room. Dr. Diva Aman will be soon joining us as a dive lead. She's an expert in deep sea biological communities, and she is a director of a local NGO from Trinidad and Tobago that's called Species. So soon I will be handing over the dive lead over to Dr. Diva Aman. And also would like to give a special thanks to all the ROV team here in the control room and my folks that have joined me in the science shift from 4 to 8 a.m. Costa Rica time. Dr. Gustavo Ramirez from Cal State University and Dr. Tim D'Angelo from the Bigelow Ocean Science Laboratory. So, teamwork makes the dream work. As we see some corals here. Again, for those of you who are just recently tuning in, I highly recommend that you go back in the streaming as we previously saw amazing footage and scenery of corals hosting crinoids. We saw octopus, which are yes. Yeah, I was planning to hand it over in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay. And finally, but not least, we saw a very interesting geological feature that looked like a table. So yes, I encourage you to go back in the stream if you didn't see that because that was pretty mind blowing. So for me, it was a pleasure to join you in this shift. I I was very honored to join you. And again, my name is Sergio Cambronero, uh, and I will be soon heading over the dive lead to my colleagues here in the control room that will take over. Muchísimas gracias. Para mí ha sido un honor estarlos acompañando el día de hoy. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero y pronto los dejaré en manos de la doctora Diva Amon y doctora Beth Orcutt, quienes van a estar tomando el liderazgo del buceo. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much to all of the people showing their love and their attention on Facebook and YouTube channels. It's a pleasure for me, and yeah, we'll be joining you again in the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. shifts.
Looks like we're moving towards 10, just past 9.
We're going down to waypoint 9.
Yeah. Did we just pass 9?
I was like, why are you taking the guy?
Sorry, did we just pass 9?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so
We just passed 9. Yeah.
starting.
So we did this right.
Yeah,
And that's
just
now we're
passed.
going to.
You see that geological formation?
Actually, looked pretty good because the other one did just like 2. I think they.
Do you know what the questions have been done? Sorry?
We haven't. Yeah.
We didn't find any then.
No venting. We just collected one raw sample.
Yes.
That looked like a chimlet.
It's an acorn worm, so.
Yeah, lots of them.
Lots of them, okay.
Yeah.
If there's a word one or otherwise, actually it's not. There's a word. Wait, hold on.
Be aware of that. We just collected one geological sample because yeah, looked like a chimlet-like structure. So yes, it is in rock box too. Yeah. All right.
Very heavy for it, so just put on there. Entrepreneurs, or put acorn worm.
But yeah, we have a lot of people saying that.
A lot of what?
A lot of people tuning in saying that
Oh.
that
Like
they're
who?
interested to collect photos of Jeremy Horowitz. The whole thing.
Like, Exactly, yes.
Alrighty, thanks Gus.
Yeah, I'll just take
Appreciate
it.
it, man. 4 a.m. Yeah, it's a great
4
shift.
to 8
I'm starting to like it.
Dream shift.
Yeah. Did you see the table thing?
Mhm.
That was amazing.
The
I was-
table.
Yeah.
Table?
Yeah. Like a rock in the shape of a huge rock in the shape of a table.
Oh my gosh, whoever
It was-
created these chairs, like the space for the chairs.
Yeah, we call it Poseidon's table.
Yeah, right. That's SpongeBob's.
Yes.
I know you're just getting oriented. I want to
Tell
chat with
me,
you about
yeah.
the plan.
Okay,
So we're, yeah,
we are
kinda,
going up to 10.
so this little feature, it looks like a crescent.
Mhm.
It's relatively narrow. When you
Following
get
the
up to
ridge.
like 11 and 12, like
Yeah.
feel free to like explore around that little knoll a little
Okay,
bit.
yep.
And then the next waypoint is down back on the like
Oh.
taller part
Okay.
of the seamount.
Okay,
And like getting there, it'll be relatively flat, but then it'll come up in elevation again.
oh yeah,
which
I
you
can
can't
see, yeah.
there you go, on that one.
Yeah.
So feel free to, again, those edges, especially around that pink part, are probably where we're gonna find more stuff.
Okay, we're
You mean
not
more, you mean like most likely places for venting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So like
Yeah.
around there.
Got ya.
in that, you know, so feel free to
Sure.
around.
Poke around there. Yep.
poke around up there, poke around up here before beginning that track.
Yep.
Did they go up over here? We got the 8.
They didn't see what?
I asked if they went over here.
Yeah.
8. That's it. They didn't see the whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's not as steep. You can see kind of how steep those features are. There's also more to the south that we'll maybe think about later. But yeah, those sharp, steep edges are probably prime spots, and anything that looks like it has like a rounded shape. So like
Okay.
where we're going at 11 and 12.
Okay. And just to confirm, the priority at this point, given we are still relatively early in the dive, is for exploration rather than for sampling. We're
Correct.
saving sampling for if we see venting,
Yes. Yeah, we're trying to prioritize space for that. So
but fine to
Any-
get good zooms.
yeah. Great. Zoom in, zoom all you want. Move the camera around as much as you want.
Okay.
And well, obviously don't make people sick, but yeah, we're on the hunt for venting and aggregations of octopus that look like they're related to that.
Okay.
Anything you see that's really interesting, like drop a waypoint, we can consider coming back.
Okie dokie.
And I don't know if you poked through the sea log, but further on that mound, right further south, they were seeing more of those things that we were calling carbonates,
Right.
but they're actually probably just that carbonate ooze. But they have a lot of structure to them, and they actually poke out of the seafloor.
Okay.
So if you do see them again, like feel free to like poke at them with the Excalibur
Okay.
to see like are they carbonates and breakable or are they just
But you don't want to
we don't
collect.
need not yet. We could potentially consider again. That's something worth marking that we could maybe come back.
Sure. Got ya. Okay.
But like, there's not a priority to collect ooze.
Okay.
If it were an actual carbonate, then that would be different. But I don't think that they are.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, guys. How are you doing? Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. We have had a watch shift, a science watch shift. My name is Dr. Diva Amen. I am with the University of California, Santa Barbara and Species, a NGO in Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from. I'm also joined on this shift by Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto in Portugal, as well as Myla Guilon from the Research Institute of Sustainability in Germany. And we have been on this dive for about 12 hours off the coast of Costa Rica. We are exploring a previously never before visited seamount called Fuente Seamount. And right now we're at about 2,640 meters up on one of the ridges of the seamount. And this is really an exploratory dive. As I said, no one has been here before, or no human has been here before. And so as a result, we are trying to get a pretty good overview of what's down here. And in particular, look for areas of low temperature venting, as well as any sign of octopus, and particularly octopus brooding. I understand for the dive, we've seen a lot of what we're seeing on screen right now. Some corals dotted here and there, both from noids and isidids or bamboos. Seen a lot of acorn worms that have just gone off screen. Another one coming into screen. Those are entrepreneurs, which are a type of hemichordate. We've seen lots of sea cucumbers. And so a lot of animals that are either suspension feeding because of all the marine snow you can see in the water column right now, but also a lot of animals that are deposit feeding when that marine snow settles down. This seems to be a pretty productive area. So we're about a week and a bit into this cruise or expedition, Octopus Odyssey. Please follow on social media. Our hashtag is Octo Odyssey, as well as all the Schmidt Ocean channels. And we are exploring an area offshore of Costa Rica where our prime target has been Dorado Outcrop, which is a phenomenal little outcrop where we visited with our first 2 dives, and we found lots and lots of mother octopus, deep sea octopus from the genus Mus octopus, all brooding their eggs in low temperature venting. We also found male octopus, we found octopus copulation, we found octopus hatching. So all in all, it's just a remarkable sight to see the hundreds of octopus there, as well as just the sheer amount of life on that seamount. Not just corals, but not just octopus, but corals and sea pens, which are corals, but sponges, just lots going on over there. So we're exploring these neighboring seamounts and outcrops. We had a dive yesterday at an unnamed outcrop southwest of here, and no sign of venting there, unfortunately. No sign of any of the moose octopus, unfortunately. However, we did collect a species of Gornelodone octopus that we suspect is new to science. And now we are here exploring this site. So yes, we are not even halfway through our waypoints, and this is a 32-hour dive, which we're about 12 hours into. So we're just going to continue exploring. What did you say? Oh, are we? So at this point, we're kind of holding back on samples, just because we're trying to cover as much ground as possible, though we are going to be stopping to get some like good zooms of anything particularly exciting. This has definitely been the shallowest dive that we've done on this cruise. Most of our dives have tended to be around 3,000, 3,100. So this is a good deal shallower. Would we be able to get a view of that sort of edge, please? Mm-hmm. We can just drive. If we can just get a quick zoom just to see if there's anything happening at that edge. It doesn't look like it. Oh gosh, I have to do it. Okay. Oh God, it's just my gaming skills are like 0. So, so I feel like for everyone's sake, it shouldn't be me. Yeah, that looks pretty boring. Okay, that's helpful. There is a black coral down there. Yeah, sometimes you can get like fluid leakage at these spots, but it doesn't look like anything like that's happening here. Oh, what?
Sitting down, I was reading my mind. I was like, look at that edge. I was thinking to myself, what a beautiful edge.
Yeah.
As we're swapping around our shift here and wishing good morning from Falkor 2. Also, you know,
Can you do a
parts of the
quick zoom
world,
on that black coral?
parts of the world, it's already June 8th, which means it is World Ocean Day somewhere in the world now. I
Yes,
think it's
the one
just
that looks
about
like
to
a
become in
feather.
parts
Just
of
a quick
Australia.
zoom.
So happy World Ocean Day for anyone who's already in the 8th. And we'll keep on with that
Ooh, and
through
probably
the
black
8th for the
coral
rest of the
next to
world.
it. And we've been flying a bit high off the seafloor again, so we can cover as much ground as possible. But here, once we zoom in, you can see there's a black coral, a sponge, and several other smaller bryozoans and corals down here as well. Yes, that's great. Thank you. We can continue to waypoint 11. We could take a zoom on that crustacean ahead. Yeah, I mean, the ridge is only what, like 10 centimeters? Less? Oh, the two next to each other. What's happening? They have a little chit chat?
It's an uplift.
So here. Oh, what's happening, Tyler?
I float out in my
Oh, great. Sorry. Yep. Right. We took a little jaunt into the water column. Now we're heading back down. So what we're looking at is we're on the seamount, and you can see the seafloor is heavily sedimented, and there's some, but underneath it is quite a hard crust, right, pilots? That when they tried to get the heat flow last night. Not necessarily a crust, but lavas, likely encrusted lavas. And then these little rocks we can see here, these are all lobate lavas that are encrusted with this polymetallic crust. A crinoid just on the right with a relicanthus attached to it. So Relicanthus is really amazing because it was, many people think it's an anemone, but it is actually not. It's had its own family created for it, Bolocerididae. And yes, it's just a relative of an anemone, but not actually an anemone. And the tentacles can get very long on those. Quite a few fish around, ophiuroids. Lots of these little hermit crabs with their anemones on them. And you can see those hermit crabs, they're decapods, so they should have 10 legs, but you can usually only count 6 or 8, and that's because they've got these tiny little modified legs as their last pair that hold that anemone in place on its butt, basically. Oh yeah, this is a good altitude. It's a crustacean. Yeah. A Brazingid sea star, which is usually sea stars are deposit feeders, so they move along the seafloor with their mouth on their underside, munching along. But that sea star we just saw, the big pink ones with like very thin arms, those are suspension feeders, and so they try to get themselves as far off the seafloor as possible to get up into the current and be able to strain the water more easily for food. What looks like another Relicanthus maybe coming up. Yes. Can we have a quick zoom on that big coral on the right, if possible, please? Can we zoom any more?
I'm getting closer.
Sorry. Just want to get a look at its polyps.
I'm zooming to that.
That's great. So this is a primnoid, I think. And yeah, we can go ahead. Thank you. So this is I think a primnoid coral, and it's got these 2 brittle stars. So those are not the Brazingid sea stars I was referring to before, but those are 2 brittle stars that do very similar things. So they haul themselves up the coral to get into that water column to be able to strain the water for food. And I remember reading a study a while back that showed that the associate organisms, so that brittle star, for instance, that lives with the coral, sometimes these relationships, these symbiotic relationships it's the same individuals that will live together for a very long period of time, which I found quite fascinating. Yep, and coral expert on shore, Steve Oskovich, has just confirmed that was a primnoid. Great. Thanks, Steve. We collected one of these on the last dive. We think it's an Onerophanta sea cucumber. It was quite large and very robust, we must say. It was definitely a celebrity specimen on the boat. Some more corals there, likely a bamboo and a primnoid. Squat lobster, galatheid. I understand we've seen quite a few of these. This slime star or probably Hymenasta. The very pink one in the center of the, just going off screen now. And this could just be a premature observation, but I mean, this site looks like it has both soft sediment and hard substrate. And yet, like, we're not seeing the sheer abundance of life that we were seeing, for instance, on the flanks of Dorado. It does look like there's a lot of diversity, but just not quite the amount of life we were seeing previously. And perhaps that's due to the venting and the increased productivity in the area. Oh, a big, maybe didaster sea star. So on this dive, we're planning to work our way through 26 different waypoints. And those waypoints are sort of following ridges of the seamount, as well as sort of looking at the slopes of these, especially the steepest slopes of the seamount, in the hope that there may be some areas where there's been rock collapses or so on, where there might be more likely cases of low temperature fluid venting to be seen. Some more galatheids, more sea stars, more corals, more acorn worms. Oh, see, the what? Crabs? Oh, so those are squat lobsters. So Yeah. So
ROV Bridge, new waypoint. Thank
they're
you.
not true lobsters,
Okay.
but there's there's what
Hi, good morning.
So you just put crustaceans, but they're called galatheads with the families. Yeah. And they're very common in the deep sea.
See something here?
Yeah, can we zoom in on this polychaete? Oh, beautiful. Please. I can see it glinting down there. Good spot. So this looks like a sea mouse, is the common name. And these are polychaete worms in the group Aphrodite. And you can see they've got these huge amounts of bristles on them and are very almost shiny. Do we have any more zoom at all? So yeah, they're covered in this, like, the bristles are called CT, and yeah, very fabulous. That's great. Thanks, pilots. We can move on whenever you're ready. But can we just, as we're zooming out, can we just get the lasers on so we can just get an idea of how big it is? Oh yeah. Yeah, so you can see this little guy's just about 10 centimeters, a little smaller than 10 centimeters actually, but yeah, wow, great. I think that's the first one we've seen of these on this cruise, and first one I think I've seen in the deep sea in a long time. Amazing, thank you. Yes, pilots, we can move on. Sea mouse, so it's a type of polychaete from the genus Aphrodite. Very known for its, like, very hairiness.
Shall we proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you. So it looks like we're heading into slightly more slightly less sedimented area. Beginning to see more corals. At least in the last 20 minutes I've been here, I should say. Can we just get a quick zoom on that whitey patch? Sorry. Yes. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. I am not seeing what you're seeing, but
Oh, that's what he's talking about. The big one? Is that what he's talking about?
that's no, I think that's like mounds in a,
Go back to this one.
yeah, just so we can see if there's anything exciting happening where that bioturbation is. Probably not. Don't have much hope at this point. Yeah, just looks like bioturbation rather than anything else. Oh! Let's zoom a little bit more because it looks like there are worms in this area, so it could. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what those are. So that's cool. Could be an ophiuroid leg or a worm tube of some kind. Okay. I think. Yeah.
Like a worm tube.
Yeah, worm tubes? Yeah. Okay, we can move on. Thank you. Nematocarcinid shrimp just at the bottom of the screen. Dead ahead, it looks like there's some weird mounds in like a semicircle shape. Not quite sure what created those. Could be a Echeuron, a spoonworm, or something living below that is burrowing and creating these mounds. Exciting, interesting. Can we get a quick zoom on the white one? Looks like it has a hole in the top of it, maybe. Not seeing any venting, so let's assume biogenic. Yeah. Just put a geological modification. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Interesting and inconclusive. Let's continue on. Some bryozoans, some corals, some ophiuroids there. You can see a lot of life around here. It's pretty small. That doesn't mean it's any less exciting. Some more gorgeous corals and sponges and a big sea urchin. Look at it. Yeah, so cute. It's got fancy little shoes on.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. We can continue on to waypoint 11. Yes.
Two Portuguese-speaking people here.
I'll say.
At some point.
So I'm going to have to apologize because I speak only English and bad English. But we do have 2 Portuguese speakers in the room. So if there's anyone that has any questions in Portuguese, and I think Portuguese speakers will be much more likely to be able to decipher any Spanish questions. We do also have some Spanish. Oh, quick zoom on that elongated structure. But we do have a huge number. The majority of scientists on board are Spanish speakers. So they tend to float in and out of the control van. So that could either be some kind of weird lava extrusion, or it could be the rostrum of a whale, a deep diving whale, but not necessarily a deep diving whale, a rostrum of a whale. We don't know what whale. Covered in this polymetallic crust. And we see this in other parts of the ocean. They're not very common, but like it is a novel thing when we see them. But interesting. Okay, thank you, pilots. And that part of the whale tends to stick around the most, the rostrum, because it's the densest, and so the bone lasts the longest. And then gets covered by that crust. Man, some more of these acorn worms. They're everywhere. That one's got a really big head. Or whatever it is. These have been nicknamed the Yoda worms for obvious reasons. You can see it's got a full gut and is currently pooping. You can literally see the poop through its body. Oh, wow, the detail. Love it. Yeah, gorgeous. It's an acorn worm or an entrepreneur, which is a type of hemichordate. So they're not actually worms, true worms. And I think that means that it's more closely related to us than most other animals.
That's what I was going to say.
Please,
It's,
like,
yeah, this group of animals, they're closely related to us as chordates. So these are hemichordates, so almost there, almost chordates, which doesn't really mean that they have a backbone, but it's the beginning of the backbone.
gorgeous. And that's Dr. Jorge Cortez, one of the chief scientists of the cruise from the University of Costa Rica.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that detail. Super.
Gorgeous. Feel like we're interrupting.
Proceed.
We can move along. Thank you.
I don't know what I did there.
Oh, can we just pan left a second just to look at those rocks on the left? Just that whole mound thing. Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
quite a different terrain.
Okay. Any chance we could be able to poke some of that white stuff with the manipulator? We're trying to decipher whether it's carbonate or not. Definitely getting more rocky, and you can see the well, it is lava, but the sort of different lava shapes here, and can almost imagine that lava being extruded from the seafloor. But this white stuff, yes, the big white sort of edge.
Check for its density and all that, or do you try to grab something and collect it?
What did you say? Sorry.
Maybe just to check and see how brittle it is. or
Yeah,
just
exactly. We
collect
just
it?
want to like hit it with the manipulator just to see how exactly brittle. Great sponge above though. So like that,
That little edge there.
yeah, like this. So while we're waiting for the manipulator to sort of scrape along here, we've been asked about the. Hold on, I'll get to this after. Pretty solid.
I haven't touched it yet.
Oh.
I ran out of ink on my litter controller. Let me get closer. No, you're fine. It's freezing. Maybe. Yeah, I'll just check my.
Ooh. All right. Can we zoom on that while we're doing it? Interesting. And can we drop a marker here, please? Coal carbonates? Question mark.
What's up under that edge?
I also just spotted that. Can we
Yeah.
zoom on this?
Let me pull the
Sure. Okay, so I think we're actually going to try and sample this. If you think that's possible, pilots.
Sure. I figured you were going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this close. Very cool. Is there?
I don't know.
Oh, actually, we're not going to sample this yet because we're still exploring. But we're just going to drop a marker and we'll come back.
Alright, you don't wanna.
But we can poke it some more, and we can also take a look at the thing that was under the ledge. That oh no, I've broken it. This. Yeah, back text and it open said no.
Is that an animal?
What?
Is that an animal or a rock?
This little thing? We're not sure. That's why we want to get a closer look.
You want me to zoom in some more? No, you're fine.
Oh,
it's
very breakable.
yeah, but it's weird because it's stronger down than it is left to right.
I am not a geologist, so I do not know the implication of that statement.
It was
But that's a
weird.
really interesting observation.
When I attached it this way, this kind of smeared up. When I went
Right.
like this, it actually gave me some resistance.
Hmm.
And it hit away. It's like chalk.
Yeah, it does look chalky, doesn't it? Okay, so we have dropped a marker here because we're exploring, and we're going to come back to sample this a little later on. For now, we're going to head off.
Did we want a full zoom on that
Oh,
weird
yeah, this little weird
biological
thing. Sorry, it was just under here. There.
You want to poke that?
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah. So I know inevitably I'd forget.
I'm going to assume not octopus or egg related.
Wants to poke. No, she wants
No,
to-
not
she wants
poke
to
it, just
zoom.
a zoom
Zoom
on
all
this.
the way in.
Sponge.
Yeah.
Okay, next. We can move it along.
It just had such a strange, like, dripped texture to it.
Yeah, it definitely did. Also weird color.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting sight. We can keep going to waypoint 11 where we're nearly at.
Name it probably like rock ledge. There you go.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's a long marker name, but
Oh no, my own bad. Earlier it was, let's go take a look.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're doing. Some corals. That's a Brazingid sea star that we talked about a little earlier. Some sponges, an Anthomastus coral. big crinoid in the center of the screen. Interesting. I think, can we like jump? Well, when we're done cruising along the edge of the feature, we could potentially go on top and then come down to 11. Yeah, and sea cucumbers, sponges. Some more of these weird rocks that could be carbonates.
You want to head up?
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, another sea urchin with shoes on. Octopus, dead ahead, on the left.
Just that, you saw it.
Looks like a Granelladoni, I want to say. Also looks teeny tiny. Let's get a good little zoom on this guy, see what's going on. We can also drop a marker here. Octopus, please. This could be his little nook. Oh, I don't know if this is. But look at all these little corals. Brazingid sea star next to it. Yeah, can we get a little bit of a tighter zoom? That does look like the Granelladoni. I'm not sure if it's the same one we've seen on yesterday's, seen and sampled on yesterday's dive, but definitely a Granelladoni. You can see from the dimpling.
That texturing's real nice.
Tubules or whatever it's called, yeah. Well, that texturing. Thank you, Alex. That's a much better word. Do we want what? Does not have any eggs. We're not seeing any venting. So just it's like he's hanging out in this area, he or she.
I'll have you with a bite and then we'll go along.
Yeah, assuming it would have the same hectocotylus, third right arm. I think it's female.
Right, okay. Not see any sign of any eggies, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but it looks like there's suckers all the way out to the end of that third. So, interesting.
Okay, we can move along. Thank you. If we've dropped a marker, it may not be here later. But that's okay.
Another minute.
Oh, sure. So we think Janet Voigt, the onboard and one of the world's leading deep sea octopus experts, we collected one of these Granelladonies yesterday, and she suspects it may be a new species or undescribed species, which is exciting. You can see it is not interested in being filmed anymore. But lots of life around. There was a little yellow stoloniferan above, some corals, some brittle stars, some brazinghids. Do you think that is carbonate. Did you see? No?
No, I think it's still that ooze. So what it looks like to me is that we had like multiple eruptive vents.
Right.
So there's probably like ooze, and then it got cemented over,
And
and
now
then
it's
it
being
caused it to
squeezed out.
solidify.
Got it. Got it.
That's why also that table that you heard about earlier,
The what? The table.
right? There was like ledge
Yeah.
on top of ooze, and
Yeah.
the blocks had been dropping.
Right.
And that one we saw was still being held up by a little pillar of this ooze.
Got ya.
Just try and look and put it in there,
So
just like us.
silicious ooze.
It's a
Carbonate
carbonate
ooze.
silicious ooze.
Okay,
So
both.
it's because it's got 4 M's and diatoms.
Got ya.
A little bit different.
Would you like to say all that? Would you like to say all that on the thing? I can.
Oh, I wasn't listening earlier, so I don't know what you spoke about, but yeah, I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah. So I'm not a geologist, and I'm not a microbiologist. So right now we're joined with co-chief scientist Beth Orcutt, who's going to tell us a little bit more about these rocks and what we think we're seeing in terms of that white stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Diva. Hello, listeners. So here we are exploring the Fuente Seamount, and we're coming up on these areas where we're seeing an interesting relationship between the lava-type rocks and these lighter rocks below them. On a previous dive, we sampled some of that lighter colored material and could see that it was not a carbonate per se, just carbonate material, but actually a consolidated matrix of what we call a carbonate silicious ooze. So an ooze refers to the fact that the particulate matter is actually kind of dead organisms. So that material is made up of compressed dead foraminifera, and diatoms, which add in the silica component. And what I'm thinking we're seeing is that when the seamount was formed, it's not all formed in one go, one giant eruption, but actually multiple layers of eruptive events. And there could have been quite a lull in terms of when eruptions happened. And so you could have had different layering, having an ooze kind of settling on top of older eruptive units and then being erupted on top of that. And I think that's what we're seeing here, because we're seeing these sheet-like lavas on top of these oozes. The oozes do dissolve away when they're exposed, so we're seeing some interesting textures here. We'll know more once we sample some more material, but that's my original interpretation at the moment.
Great, thanks, Beth. And I think this is one of the benefits of having a multidisciplinary cruise, which often deep sea expeditions are. So often we're going to somewhere for the very first time, like Fuente Seamount, where we are now. And we've got a big ship. So we fill that ship with people of different different types of experts, from geologists to microbiologists to biologists, to essentially be able to answer different questions about the ecosystem, so we can put all those answers together and get a very holistic understanding. So I think if we just get to the top of this little nubbin, and then we can head down to waypoint 12. When I was coughing next to you, it's because I choked on my own saliva, so don't worry about that.
Please don't.
Okay. Yeah, so some different, we've been seeing, at least since I've sat into the seat, which has only been about an hour, we've been seeing some different sea cucumbers to previous dives. So on previous dives, there were a lot more of the Cycropodes, so those big purple guys with the big sails. And here we've been seeing more sort of synallactid types. Like that little pink one you just saw. There's a type, a cuskeel above. Has weird mottling.
We've seen
Some
that
spot
on several
lobsters.
of the Cuskills here. That kind of weird mottled pattern. Yeah.
Do not know more about that. Whoa, look at the sponge. Okay, so there's an Anthomastus right in front of us, a nematocrisinid shrimp next to it. Comatulid crinoid next to that. But this sponge, we've not seen anything like for this. Is it a sponge?
I think that's a sponge.
Okay, can we get a good zoom on the big white thing in the back that's with all the branches? There's a lot happening on this little rock right here. Also looks like some kind of worm has its feeding tentacle out, like an echeuron, and it like catches stuff with that mucus tentacle. You can see draped over that rock, and then it reels it back in and eats it. Oh no, it's an old coral. Sad times. So this is a coral skeleton, what was once a very large coral, but now it's broken and dead. But still providing homes for other animals. There's what looks like a crinoid on the right of it, brittle star in between. So even after death, giving something to others. Okay, we can continue up the mound. Thank you. So we're just going to do a little loop on this little mound, little nubbin, and then we're going to shoot down that green line, 12. Oh, then 13. That's okay. I mean, we're like, yeah. Is this the tippy top? Okay. Lots of anthomastus, lots of sponges. Sea cucumbers. Okay, we can just tootle for 2 more minutes up here, and then we can head down to waypoint 13. Lots of lava. Thanks. Okay, great. Well, we can head down to... Sure. And then we'll head down to 13.
For anyone just joining us, we are currently exploring Fuente Seamount, which has not previously been explored. This is footage from remotely operated vehicle SuBastian, roughly 2,600 meters below the surface of the ocean. And we are streaming it from onboard research vessel Falkor 2, owned and operated by Schmidt Ocean Institute. Right now, we've got Diva over in the science seat, and then we have Ben as pilot, Chris is co-pilot right now, and then I'm Alex, currently the MMT, and filling in as little data logger over here.
Great. Okay, we can head down to 13. No bed tag. Can we get a quick zoom on those? Yeah, that looks like another octopus. Boop.
Yep, is that right?
Yeah. That isn't the same one, right?
No.
Right.
It's early.
So this looks like another Granelodone, the same kind we just saw a little while ago. But doesn't look like it's in brooding position, just looks like it's hanging out.
Go down lower. So
And can we zoom a little bit more on the octopus? When you have a chance. Cuskeel is very keen on taking the spotlight. So apart from this Granulodontia here, we can see there's like some brittle stars, lots of sponges, lots of other things happening on the rock. Janet, do you want to tell us a little bit about this octopus? We've just been joined by Janet Boyd, one of the world's foremost, if not the world's foremost expert on deep sea octopus.
Oh, Diva, I love it when you say that. Especially so early in the morning. This is a female of Granulodontia. If it's the same as we recovered yesterday, it's, I think, an unnamed species. You know, it's Granulodontia because if you look, the suckers are just in one row on the arms. And in moose octopus, there are 2 rows. And that's a really easy difference. Sometimes they zigzag, but not really. From her posture, I would say she's guarding eggs. Clearly, I think she's a female because I think she's breeding eggs. Why would an octopus who is feeding be upside down under a rock ledge? I don't know. The texture is a key character for that genus. And you can see there's little tubercles with 3 to 5 pointy things coming up. And the distribution on those on the mantle and how far they go down the arms are key characters for species, at least I think so. And they're just beautiful, aren't they?
I never noticed that the tubercles have like 3 to 5 little things in them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, you know, people were saying, well, I'll count the little spines in the tubercles and that'll be a species character. It doesn't work. In the Northeast Pacific species, I've actually spent quite a bit of time getting specimens on my own, on loan from California Academy of Science, University of Miami Marine Labs, until I could look at the variation within the species. These guys are so variable. I could pick up a specimen in a jar and remember what cruise it came from. So how do you do? I mean, is everyone a different species? Because I can tell them apart. I mean, everybody can tell me and Diva apart. We're the same species. So I looked at this in terms of morphological variation using a multivariate analysis and found that the deeper these animals were from, the pricklier they were, the more pronounced the tubercles. The shallow water ones at 1,100 meters depth were pretty smooth. The ones at 2,800 meters were like, bing! This one's kind of deepish, but the one we recovered yesterday was smooth, at least when I got it. So it'll be interesting to see. I need to compare the preserved specimen to a literature report and just kind of figure it all out.
Right.
Anything in the chat? Oh, love the bumpy texture. Me too. What's the common name though? Warty octopus or the grainy octopus, something like that.
I love how you can see the spots of purple. Like it literally looks like she's splattered with paint.
That's unusual. On the forward surface of the arms on the right side, her left, you can see individual chromatophores.
Yeah.
And also on the opposite arm, the second arm. For a long time, cephalopod workers were saying, oh, these guys don't have functional chromatophores. But in fact, I've seen them change color when they're really concerned about something. They go from a nice regular color to blanching, which, you know, cephalopods can do in a second.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Janet. That was wonderful. Can we just do a quick, some more, just a little, if we can get any closer? Can we? No, that's okay then. Don't worry. That is a-okay. Do not worry.
Did we get a view with lasers to size?
Yeah. So before we lift off, let's just
I'm just gonna get a little closer.
Okay.
You might be able to get there.
Just to get a little bit more detail. And if we could drop a marker here, please. Thank you.
When these guys are getting settled, one more thing. Somebody mentioned that the arms tend to be sediment colored. When they're eating or walking, they're like Ursula in the Little Mermaid. They shovel their hands, their arms under the sediment surface, probably looking for little worms and such. So that's why they're sediment colored.
Yeah, let's figure that out.
That's small. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Do we do the shuffle? Yeah, let's get them a little tighter.
I couldn't.
That's okay. And we saw this, and we got a shot with the lasers, correct?
Yeah.
Great, perfect.
Alright.
Great, thank you so much, pilots. We can continue.
Excellent.
Oh, so Jana has just pointed out on the top left, just above the octopus, there's a little green spot, and that is egg cement. So,
Did they pay closer to that?
I mean, I think it would have been seen in all the close-ups we have, so we can move along. Thank you. So Janet, it feels like a lot of the octopus of both different species that we've been seeing have been with eggs. I mean, whereas on previous cruises I've been on in other parts of the world, when you spawn an octopus, it's hardly likely it doesn't have eggs. What do you think's going on there?
Well, we're hanging out in the rocks, and to me, the octopus need rocks to brood their eggs. So maybe they prefer hanging out by the rocks when it's possible, when they need it. And if I'm right, they feed in the sediment by running their arms under the tiny level on top. When they eat, they're out on the abyssal plain. They're just tootling along. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I'll go back in the other room, see if I find more, and I'll come back.
Thank you, Janet. Sure. So because we're an hour into this watch shift, I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce us again. So my name is Dr. Diva Amon. I'm both affiliated with the University of California, Santa Barbara and Species, an NGO that I co-founded in Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from. And joining me as part of the science party on this watch, we have Miguel Semedo, Dr. Miguel Semedo, who is from the University of Porto in Portugal, as well as Dr. Myla Guilon, who is from the Research Institute for Sustainability in Germany. And we're also joined by our lovely two ROV pilots. Guys, do you want to introduce yourselves?
I'm Ben Chong. I'm the pilot, presently the pilot right now. And beside me is Chris.
Oh, you forgot his name.
Chris is fun.
No.
Chris Ingram.
Thanks, guys. Alex, go for it.
All right, and then Alex Havens down at the end. I'm the multimedia technician on for the expedition, and currently mostly in the room for the 8 to 8 shift on board, day shift.
Great. And so we are currently on Fuente Seamount, exploring Fuente Seamount. This is a previously unexplored, never visited before by humans, human eyes. Seamount. So we are currently following a series of tracks that we have laid out where we're trying to essentially characterize what we're seeing here. We're going to be able to get the occasional zooms and good shots, but we're not sampling at this time because we're just trying to cover as much ground as possible to get a really good feel of what we're seeing here. This area is in the vicinity of Dorado Seamount, where we had our first 2 dives, which is where we saw a lot of low temperature fluid venting and a lot hundreds of mother octopus with their eggs. So one of the two known octopus gardens or nurseries in the world, deep sea ones, I should say. So we are keeping an eye out for venting specifically. If you do see any shimmering water or any rocks that are particularly clear of sediment, please do drop it in the chat. That's something we're really looking for, as well as octopus and evidence of octopus eggs. When you get it, when you get a chance, we can just drop closer to the seafloor, please. So here's another one of these mound chains that we saw earlier. It looks like there's an animal below the surface that's creating these, basically burrowing and creating these mounds as it moves through the sediment, leading to this kind of chain-like formation.
Slow start. Diva.
Sure.
I'm gonna let that ship move ahead.
Sure, of course. Do it. Yeah, definitely. Another one of those chain features in the distance. Just black coral we just passed. Cuskeel.
See a comment asking for the 3D map. I'll toss that up here one moment.
Can we have a quick zoom on that sea star? Looks pretty sizable. That meaty looking white thing.
Sorry, what is that?
Squat lobster.
All right, so here's a little map of Fuente Seamount.
Chunky.
You can see the small yellow box there over on the left side. That's
Interesting.
representative of SuBastian.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. We can move on. So the sea star, some little corals around. These corals are very reminiscent of corals seen just west of here in the Clarion-Clipperton zone. Some sponges. Some other species of coral. So lots of these lobate lava is covered in this polymetallic crust amongst the sediment. And that mixture of hard and soft substrate, basically more ecological niches, so many more places in which animals can live and diverse animals. So it results in usually much higher diversity than if it were just soft sediment or just hard substrate. are moving quicker. But we have a plan. The plan was to initially was to stop and stop. And we have to fix it because that comes all at the end. So it's good that we're moving quicker. So now we're going to be exploring and moving towards our next waypoint, which is going to be at the highest point on this seamount. So we're going to be traveling slowly upslope. Is that another one of those worms? Or a sea cucumber? Worm, I think. Sea cucumber, worm. Another sea mouse. Saw one of these a little earlier on our shift. Gorgeous gold animal. Some sponges, some corals, some ophiuroids, just the little legs sticking out. Some serpulid worms that make those calcareous tubes that are attached to the rocks. So there has, apart from the seamount not being previously explored, there has been relatively little deep sea exploration here in Costa Rican waters. There have been a few previous expeditions that have come and taken a look in various places. The Falcor actually was here, I think, in 2018 or 2019, doing some work in the Costa Rica, some seamounts southeast of here. And they found some absolutely incredible sites. If you have not seen those videos, do go and look. The ROV 4K highlights from that cruise is just blow mind. But yeah, not a lot done. So a lot of what we are going to be seeing during this expedition is going to be brand new. That includes places like Fuente Seamount that have never been explored before. That includes many of the species that we're seeing. And that includes many of the behaviors that we'll be observing. So a lot really exciting about what we're going to be finding and observing during this expedition. And perhaps most excitingly is that this type of information that we're gathering is going to allow or assist Costa Rica, I should say, to be able to understand its biodiversity heritage better and also potentially manage its waters more effectively. Costa Rica is more than 92% ocean, I think more than 90% deep sea. And so this information is really essential for Costa Rica to be able to manage any activities in that space, as well as think about new marine protected areas. So we're actually going to be heading back to port tomorrow. And we're doing that to celebrate World Ocean Day by having 2 different tours coming on board, joining us. One is going to be a series of government officials, again, so that we can show the remarkable things that are being discovered, as well as show the kinds of assets that are operating within Costa Rican waters right now, and really just hammer home how important deep sea exploration is. And then we're also going to be joined by students and faculty from the University of Costa Rica. So we're just going to nip into port for a day and then nip back out to sea in case you miss us over World Ocean Day. But we do know, as Alex said already for the dive, that it is World Ocean Day in some parts of the world, starting in the Pacific. So happy World Ocean Day to anyone who may be there and watching. Another one of these hermit crabs with holding an anemone in place. And this is only the 3rd shakedown cruise on the Falcor 2, the ship that we are on. This is a brand new vessel, and I mean, all of the scientists are in complete awe of how amazing it is. And yeah, it's just been a really wonderful experience to be able to sail with the Schmidt Ocean Institute on their amazing new vessel. And like some of our viewers have said, it's just wonderful that they are streaming their dives live on the internet so many people around the world can share in this exploration. So it looks like we're moving out of the hard substrate and into a more sedimented area as we sort of hug the edge of this feature. Can we potentially move a little bit more to the right to sort of hug the sort of edge of the ridge-like feature more closely, please? I know this is where the line is, but just that we're seeing this is all sediment. So I see there's a question in the chat about what the average time of our dives is. Well, it really does vary. When you're working with ROVs, remotely operated vehicles like SuBastian, which we are on board, that means that we have essentially unlimited time on the seafloor because it is powered by the ship. And so it's not like a submersible where there, for instance, might be batteries to charge. So we can stay down for as long as we need, as long as there's no maintenance needed. But so on this cruise so far, our dives have tended to be between about 12 hours was probably our shortest. And now this one we're on is about 32 hours. So it really does vary. And in order to make the most of that, we, the science party and the ROV team, well, everyone on the ship works 24 hours. So we work in shifts. Lots of these sea mice everywhere. So we work in shifts, 4-hour ROV shifts. At least the science party does, and then the rest of the time we're usually around and helping out, etc. Though those shifts do change. If, for instance, depending on what time the ROV is coming up, usually everyone will try to be awake and available, given there's often a lot of samples to get through in a relatively quick time frame. Yeah, I think. I mean, from what I can see from the sitcam, it doesn't look like.
I'm noticing a little bit of judder in our output, so I'm going to restart our encoder. Your stream should just buffer for a moment. It's not a whole new stream yet, but I'll be back in a moment.
Exciting. Oh, damn it. Okay. Is it on now? Okay, so I understand I was muted that whole time when I was giving a great explanation, in my opinion. So we've come back at a great time. This is a sea spider, potentially Colossendes, but who knows? It's a pretty big one. We had the lasers on when the stream was down, and it's about 60 centimeters across, so big size. And you can see its proboscis, that sort of thick, short part close to those smaller sets of legs. And it actually uses that to stick into anemones or coral polyps and then suck out the insides of them. So this is one of the most formidable predators on the deep sea floor. And yeah, this is a beautiful one. Okay, that's great. Thanks, guys. And you can see just around the sea spider, there's 3 or 4, no more xenophyophores. No, at least 8, 7, yeah. As well as some ophiuroids in the background. And we're supposed to be following this sort of ridge-like feature down, well, up as we're climbing to the highest point on this seamount. And many ridges that I've explored elsewhere in the deep sea are very hard substrate, very exposed, but this one is very sedimented. So not at all what I was expecting this morning. So we are not off the coast of Puerto Rico right now. We are actually off the coast of Costa Rica, which is in Central America. We are off the Pacific coast. Costa Rica is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world on land. They're known for their ecotourism. And this is really great because we're definitely increasing what's known about the diversity of life within Costa Rica by doing this deep sea exploration.
There was a question, what's your favorite part about Falcor 2?
Oh. I mean, that is pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so there's a question in the chat about what's our favorite part of Falcor 2, given it's a brand new and giant, cutting edge ship. So actually, I'm going to throw it to everybody in the room and ask, what are all of your favorite parts of Falcor 2? Steph, starting with you. Okay, so that's one vote for the food. We will say that the chefs on board are amazing, and all of us who have been on board for the last 7, 8, 9 days are definitely putting on the pounds already. Chris?
The larger, more comfortable control room.
The larger, more comfortable what?
Control room.
Control room. So Chris has said the larger control room. I'm guessing on Falcor it was a container.
No.
Okay.
Control room, but it was not as well put together. So
Right.
many times when you're operating the manipulator or flying, somebody will come by you and kind of push the chair to get by or whatever.
So if you definitely go and check out the social media of some of the scientists on board, we've been posting pictures of what the ship is like inside, and that includes pictures of the control room for the ROV. And I mean, this is spacious. Like normally on research cruises, it is a shipping container modified, so it's tight in there. You can only get about 6 to 8 people in there. It's really tight. This is a mansion in comparison. We can easily have 20 people in here. And it really does look like something from Star Trek, basically. I mean, if we can, yeah. So we're going to flick on the camera so you can see. Okay, we will in the next bit flick on the camera to see the control room. And in the meantime, Ben, what's your favorite part of Falcor 2? Your bunk? So there are slightly bigger rooms on Falcor 2 for you guys than previously.
They're single rooms for us, where
Right.
we were doubled up.
You were double before.
Yeah, and they're in suite as well.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, you guys are living the life of luxury. Okay. Miguel.
Yeah, the left space is huge, and a lot of freezers and fridge and the full black.
So if you didn't hear him, Miguel said that, a tripod fish off to the left. Miguel said that the lab space is just phenomenal. Again, it's absolutely enormous. And that's the main lab. There are about 5 to 6 different labs. There's a wet lab, there's a hydro lab, there's a dirty wet lab, there's the main lab, there's a computer lab. So really there are more than enough spaces for people to work in where we're not on top of each other. And yeah, we really are just spoiled being on here. Can we get a quick look at the tripod fish? Just a pan. It was off to the left. Oh, never mind. Don't worry. We've seen enough of them. We can never see enough tripod fish. There you go.
One of the deckhands, that's not really good fish. I was like, yeah, try by John, the one that was talking.
Yeah.
He was amazed by that.
And that's the thing, right? Is that in many countries around the world, for instance, like Costa Rica, many people would have never seen a tripod fish before. Many people don't even know something like this exists on the planet, right? And so that's why streaming these dives is so important. It's because we're providing the opportunity to be able to experience and see things that previously we would have never had the opportunity to see. And a quick plug to say that, yes, we are streaming live for the next 2 weeks, but there are also several other deep sea ships streaming at the moment. Nautilus is in the Central Pacific, in the Pacific Remote Island Marine National Monument. I believe there's a Canadian expedition streaming from the Northwest Pacific, as well as there's another one. What's the other one? No, that is Nautilus. Oh, I think Okeanos. I'm not sure if Okeanos is still streaming, but they were up sort of Alaska region. So if you want even more of a deep sea fix, there are other streams happening at the moment. Quick lasers on, please. So tripod fish are amazing for many different reasons. You can see they've got these modified, whoa. Wait, no, this is a perspectives thing happening right now, right? So, oh, damn it. So the tripod fish, you can see it's got these 3 modified fins that act like tripod stands, if you will. But then you may have also noticed it has these amazing fins coming off the top of its head that are sort of circular in shape. They're down right now with it swimming, but you might have noticed if you rewind the stream a bit, you'll be able to see them, or maybe I'll put them up again. Here we go. Right, so it's pectoral fins that it is able to put them above its head, and those are able to act like in 2 ways. Antennae, to essentially be able to feel if there's any food floating their way, because they use these tripod stilts, these modified fins, to face into the currents and be a little bit off the seafloor, so they're in stronger currents. So they're doing this so that they can feed. And so these fins, the pectoral fins, now hoisted above their head, those are used like antennae to feel vibrations in the water, so it knows whether there is prey in the vicinity. And then when the prey gets close enough, those pectoral fins are actually able to knock the food towards the fish's mouth. So it has fins that are able to function in many different ways, all in the goal of essentially getting it some food. You can see this one has either really reduced eyes or no eyes. They're usually in the genus Bathypterois. And this expedition is the first time I've ever seen them swimming. Yeah, this one looks like it has reduced eyes. Really amazing fish. Like, we never get tired of seeing these. And these are some I've never seen I've seen them in the Gulf of Mexico, I've seen them in the Pacific, but never as big as these. And I was talking, yeah, that sounds great. I was talking to someone recently who said that they can end up being as tall as 1 meter off the seafloor with those modified fins. And I was like, no way is that true. But seeing these guys, I mean, yeah, certainly seems likely. Pardon? Oh, yeah. So we had been chatting a little bit about what are our favorite parts of the Falcor 2. I'm just going to wave at the stream. Where's the camera? There. But we were talking about mission control of the ROV and how absolutely luxurious and spacious it is compared to many mission controls. And we flicked on the camera from the mission control so that you get a feel for what it's like where we are right now. Thanks, Steph. Oh, you know, I think the biggest thing for me, it's not just one thing, is that going to sea as a scientist is often really hard, right? You're working like crazy hours. The ship space is usually uncomfortable. You're sharing a bunk with someone, sometimes up to 4 people. The only common space for people is often like a tiny lab where everyone sort of sits. And then there might be one other relaxing common space, like a TV room. But on this one, for me, it's just the sheer space of everything. It's like you never feel like you're on top of other people. You do feel like you can have your own privacy. And then just the decor. I mean, the decor on this ship in the common spaces is like you're in some kind of like cool cafe. Like you don't feel like you're on a ship at all, apart from the gentle rock. I mean, there's fake plants everywhere. There's beautiful wallpaper. It just makes the feel a lot nicer. And yeah, it has really hit home to me in all of, I've been going to sea for like 13 years, and it just hit home that going to sea doesn't have to be like a hardship, kind of. I mean, often, of course, it's a huge privilege as well, but it's not easy. Whereas this is, yeah, not at all a hardship. I mean, also the internet being so good, when I first started going to sea, you used to be given an email address because you wouldn't be able to use your own email because there wasn't internet. And so you would be given one email address that you would check on a shared computer, and those emails would come in once a day. There was no phone connection, no Wi-Fi, no WhatsApp, nothing like this. On this cruise, we are able to make calls every day to back home via WhatsApp or I FaceTime, but without the video. So it just, oh, look at that little mini hermit crab. So it just, yes, it just feels like much less difficult being out here. Another sea spider. So someone is asking how much of the walls are covered in sea life photos and posters. There's quite a lot of that happening around. There are actually, like, there's one sort of mural wallpaper, which is all sort of sea stuff, which is really beautiful. Again, like, check out our social media because we've been posting these things. They're in the common spaces. The couches and the rugs have sea animal prints on it. So like urchin prints or coral prints, everything is very much like marine themed in the common spaces, but done in a really tasteful way. And there's even like little plushies. So there's a nautilus stuffed toy and an octopus stuffed toy and a squid stuffed toy. And they're all sort of like dotted around these common spaces. I mean, it really, you do not feel like you're being at sea. And that's really remarkable. A little hermit crab here and right next to the sea spider. We can continue moving along. Oh, you can see the area it's been hanging out in. Big. From the, yeah, exactly. Another one of these sea mouse glistening in the distance. Sea mice. That's one of the worms. One of the hairy worms that we've been seeing. Sea mouse. We do not have a luck dragon because, as many of you have been following, can know that the Falcor is from the Neverending Story, as is SOI. There's a lot of play on the Neverending Story on the ship, and there is no luck dragon, unfortunately, on board, but there are quotes from the book dotted throughout the ship on the walls. So yes, that theme continues, which is really lovely.
You want to video that one?
I mean, we've seen a couple of these already. It's okay. It is moving, but it's just cool. But let's continue down to waypoint 13, sorry. So someone's asked why that sea spider was on like a cleaner area of the seafloor. And it's likely because it's been in that area for a little while, and it's basically where it has disturbed by walking around. So you can almost see the circumference of the area in which it's been walking around for the last however long. So not necessarily clean, just disturbed with its little feet. So we are continuing to climb this slope to the highest point on the seamount. Quick zoom at that. Just very quick. Is it just a sea cucumber? Not just a sea cucumber. Is it a sea cucumber? Yes. No, yes. Yes. So this looks like an Amperima or Peniagony sea cucumber. This is more closely related to like sea pigs. You can see its little tube feet coming off the, so the part that we're looking at on the seafloor is the feeding appendage. But behind that, you can see its little tube feet on the seafloor. I'm not sure if we're able to get around to the side of it, but they are, the ones with these large feet or podia are just ridiculously cute. And when you see them like walking along the seafloor, it's just adorable. Yeah, look at his little feet. Oh my gosh. And I think this may have been the first time for this cruise we've seen this particular species of sea cucumber. Interesting. And you can see it's got a full gut in through its translucent body, full gut of sediment. Because it looks like there's a lot relatively for the deep sea, a lot of food around here. We're seeing a lot of marine snow and a lot of sediment in this area. Looks like what? Shoe. So it doesn't necessarily, I think it's just, it can be flat on the seafloor. It's not necessarily in this high heel shape all the time. Just before we lift off, we can just flick the lasers on for a little bit of size to see the size, please. Not actively feeding at the moment, so but maybe just having a little break from feeding given how full its gut is. Yeah, so this one is about, if we were to stretch it out, about 20 centimeters long. Great, thanks, Violet. We can continue. Oh, can we check out that fish? It might be a lizard fish. Or an Ipnops. Oh no, maybe just an Ipnops. Yeah, so this is like an Ipnops fish. They tend to sit on the seafloor, and sometimes they have a very reflective patch on the top of the head that is actually a sort of a modified eye. Oh, is it? Yes. Beautiful. Okay, we can continue. Thank you. So someone's asking if sea cucumbers are prey for sea spiders. No, I do not think so, but happy to be corrected. They are both pretty mobile creatures, and so sea spiders tend to prey on sessile, so stationary, soft-bodied animals, so things like anemones, things like coral polyps, which basically, once it sticks its proboscis in, the prey is unable to go anywhere, run. Whereas a sea cucumber, even though they're relatively slow, they can still make a move, and some of them may actually even be able to swim away very quickly. Some more sea spiders in the distance, but we can just keep going. Wonder what we're going to find on the tippy top. So another sea spider, an ophiuroid that just had its arms up, and another sea mouse. Some more of these interesting tracks or ctenophore floating by. I think we did collect one of these sea cucumbers in the distance, this big purple one. Earlier, we've been seeing a few of these on previous dives, but a lot of brittle stars here as well, many covering themselves with sediment. Some more of these big urchins. Yes.
There are like videos that SOI have on the interior ship things. People want to check out more information.
There's what? Sorry.
Like YouTube videos from SOI
Whereabouts? On the YouTube.
channel.
Okay.
So they can check out more about the ship.
So for those who were asking about the Falcor 2 itself, the ship, there are staff has just pointed out that there are actually videos of the interior of the ship on Schmidt Ocean Institute's YouTube. So please do check those out. You can get essentially like a tour of the new ship, which is super cool. Any sign of any rocks, outcrops? So we're just in the process of doing an ROV shift change. Morning again. We are not heading to surface. We're just changing our RV pilots. Bear with us. So here we're seeing some corals, some more sea spiders. Ooh, a big sponge ahead of us. Maybe we could take a quick look at that sponge. Oh, first, can we take a look at that hermit crab? Just because I don't know if we've had any actual zooms on these on this particular one. Yeah, quick zoom on that hermit crab on the left. So this hermit crab is a bit different from some of the other ones we've been seeing before. This is a hermit crab that essentially, instead of having a shell, it has zoanthids covering its body. So those are not anemones, they are zoanthids. And I seem to remember the zoanthid is usually epizoanthus. Oh, yeah, that's a sea mouse. Seen a lot of those on this dive so far. Yeah, they just seem to be everywhere. Aphrodite. Right, we got some really good close-ups of the first one.
Okay.
Lovely gold glistening. But I seem to remember something about this. Yeah, and essentially it doesn't have a shell under there. It just has this zoanthid that grows over its body. And there's a symbiotic relationship happening there between the hermit crab and these zoanthids. Okay, thanks, Pilot. And can we get a quick zoom on the giant sponge? To the right, yeah, that one.
It's a very symmetrical coral.
It's just a good looking, you know, little mini community. Taking pride in themselves. So here we've got a primnoid coral, is the coral closest to us. And then a large sponge in the background. This not sure what that pink thing is on the left, but so this is another one of these Euplectella type like sponges. You can see it's got the main osculum at the top covered by this beautiful sort of cage like environment, and just sticking out of the top, you might, if we have any more zoom, you'll be able to see the little shrimp inside that live within this sponge. So what happens is when these shrimp are young, so tiny little larvae, they go into the sponge to be able to shelter, to have a safe place to live. And while in there, they clean the inside of the sponge. So the sponge gives the shrimp protection and the shrimp cleans the inside of the sponge. But then as time goes by and these shrimp get bigger, they eventually become too big to leave the sponge. And so they're trapped there for their whole lives, or not trapped. And so you'll normally always end up with a pair in there. And so we did sample one of these sponges that did have two of these shrimp in it on our first or second dive. And they are just, I mean, those sponges are just sights to behold. And this is a great time to point out that, you know, the deep sea, a lot of the shapes of the animals, shapes and ways of living, of life down here, have been providing bio-inspiration. So glass sponges, for instance, similar to the one we were just looking at, have provided inspiration for more efficient fiber optic cable structures. So there's a lot of merits of exploring the deep, not just about learning about what's down here, but also potentially we could find solutions to some of the challenges humanity faces. So we're getting closer to the top of this seamount. We can see a bit more rocks in this area, moving from the very sedimented area into one that's a bit more rocky. Still seeing many of the same animals, urchins, corals, brittle stars, a lot of these sea mice, worms everywhere, some pneumatic crocynid shrimp, that little red guy. Some of these Galatheid squat lobsters coming into view. And as we continue to move up the slope, we should expect to see a lot more rocky seafloor. Crinoid. Oh, swimming squat lobster. He's trying to make a quick getaway. He's given up. So this is a Galatheid. They're from the family Galatheidae, squat lobster, perhaps the genus Munidopsis, but wouldn't want to say for sure. And these are a very common deep sea group, and they're often deep sea scavengers. Can we get a zoom on that wormy thing? Quickly, please. So this is likely an echeuron, I think. And so this, what we can see here is actually its feeding appendage. So if we, so disturbed. So this is what this worm does. So it lives burrowed within the sediment, maybe bonellid, and it puts out this big feeding appendage and it extends outwards. That is able to, it's sticky, so it's able to have food attached to it. And then when it's ready, it just pulls the whole thing in and cleans it, eats all the food on it. That was cool. Can we get, what is that? Okay, can we just go back a little? Sorry. Yeah, this weird mound thing. Oh, I think it's a dead sponge. Don't worry, keep going. Yeah. Yeah, just as we're coming to the top.
They're doing 0.2. Just slow down a little bit.
Hey, on the bridge, you slow down, whatever your speed is now, just minus 0.1.
That's nothing. We got 5 meters left of this road, but then we're going to will stop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do all stop then we get there.
Okay, very good. We'll stop.
And then once we catch up, we'll move again.
Cool, no worries. Keep me updated.
Roger that.
Oh, another sea mouse. Man, they're so shiny. Love it. Another one of the sort of Peniagony sea pig type sea cucumbers off to the left. Ophiuroids, bryozoans, corals. I think one of my favorite parts about exploring the deep sea with an ROV or submersible is that the lights, you can only see so far because of the lights. So there is always this like wonderful excitement of, you know, what's just beyond where we can see. Who knows what's out there? Beautiful little outcrops here. Hi. That's a sponge. Anything generally kind of white and blob-like, spongy. Sponge also. This big thing is going to be a sponge. Can we get a quick zoom on the fish and the big sponge, please? Another sea mouse. Another one of these ophidiids or cusk eels. Another one with like this very mottled coloration. We often joke that cusk eels are like the ones of all the deep sea fish of the face that like only a mother could love, basically. They're not the most attractive of fish. And then off to the right, there was quite a large sponge when you have a chance. Lasers on, please. Wow, this is a sponge on a sponge. Can we just flick them on for a second? So we could get a feel for. So this sponge is more than 1 meter tall. We feel like that's correct. And you can see that it's providing this 3-dimensional structure for lots of other animals to live on. So it's got a second sponge attached to the side of it, a stalk sponge. And I don't think I've ever seen a stalk sponge attached to another sponge. And you can see the like sort of silica strands attaching that stalk sponge to the other sponge. And then we've got a comatulid crinoid at the bottom. Oh, see, someone's asking if cusk eels are uglier than anglerfish. And I don't think anglerfish are that ugly. I think they're pretty epic. Some more sponges. That sort of blue-like encrusting bit just about to go off screen is another sponge. Lots of different types of sponge. So you can get sponges creating lots of different structures, like that one we were seeing. And you can also get encrusting sponges so that form that sort of thin layer on top of the seafloor. So moving into an area with more sort of lobate and broken basalt mix. Ooh, can we get a zoom on this solitary hydroid, please? The big thing, the big. So these are one of my favorite things to see in the deep sea, just because they're so beautiful.
Hey, on the bridge, we've got a new point for you to get to.
If we could get some good zooms of it with and without the lasers, as well as a look inside its center, just because they're beautiful. So these are usually from the family Corymorphidae. They are solitary hydroids. They are predators, and they are just remarkably beautiful. Do you have any more zoom? Just to get a zoom on this, on the center of the mouth. This is quite a big one. Gorgeous. Yeah, they're like the most beautiful flower on the deep sea floor. I am not a hydroid expert, so I cannot tell you anything about these structures. that we're looking at. Perhaps eggs? I'm not sure. Also, perhaps feeding appendage. Also, is the orange thing part of it? Or is that a separate thing? I'm not sure, but they're beautiful. And you can put solid green. It's fine. Yeah. That was great. Thank you, pilots. So we're just about halfway through this science watch, ROV watch. So we're just going to do a quick introduction again. I'm Dr. Diva Amen. I'm from the University of California, Santa Barbara, as well as Species, an NGO that I co-founded in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm joined on this watch by Dr. Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto in Portugal, as well as Dr. Myla Guilon from the Research Institute for Sustainability in Germany. On our shift, we do have myself, an English speaker, and 2 Portuguese speakers. So please feel free to throw in Portuguese questions as well as Spanish questions. We also have the science party is largely Spanish speaking, so we can always get one of them in to do some question answering. We're also joined by staff, as well as our 2 pilots. Guys, you want to introduce yourselves or? Scott?
Hello, I am Scott Hansen, on loan from Mbari to SOI.
Right.
And I'm Adam Wetmore, the pilot from Vancouver Island, British Columbia.
Great. So we're about halfway through our watch shift, and this is a 32-hour long ROV dive. We've done about 12 hours at this point, so we have a lot more to go, and we are exploring an area called Fuente Seamount. This is an unexplored seamount. No one has ever been here before. Sorry. Oh. No human has ever been here before. So we are currently in exploration mode. We are not taking samples at the moment. We are currently exploring to try to find to try to see what this area is like, and in particular, look for any signs of low temperature venting, as well as octopus and their eggs. What's the question? Oh, another one of these echurine feeding appendages. Yeah, can we flick the lasers on for this one? Oh yeah, so this one, so you can see this is like a meter long version of what we just saw, where it's this echurine worm has got its feeding tentacle, if you will, out, and is seeing what it could catch. Additionally, some sponges just past it, a xenophyophore, which are these single cell giant foraminifera that create these homes. That's the kind of ruffly brown thing in the center of the screen. Some bryozoan off to the left, which looks like a little white coral, but it is not a coral. Great, thank you, pilots. Can carry on. Where are you seeing a pink thing? Oh, I'm not quite sure. Can we get a quick zoom on the bright pink thing, please? Oh, so this is an Anthomastus. So we've seen a lot of these, and they have these cute little tentacles. They stick out. But this is one that is fully retracted at the moment. So it's pulled in all of its tentacles, I'm pretty sure. So a type of coral. Oh, here's a shrimp swimming into view. This is probably a Paneid or Aristeid shrimp. You can see they've got these really long antennae to look for any signs of life in the water column as they're swimming along, whether it's avoiding predators or looking for food. And then they've got their little pleopods furiously beating to help it swim. Some stolonifera just on the right, some other little coral dotted on the seafloor. Coral over to the right. There actually, can we do a quick zoom on that one with the sea star? So this is a great example here that we're going to zoom in on that shows two completely different classes of echinoderm, but that look quite similar and behave in a similar way. So the top one is called a Brazingid sea star, and so it's a starfish, a sea star, if you will. It's an what comes from the class Asteroidea. But then below it, we've got a brittle star. So that comes from the class Ophiuroidea. But you can see that they behave in the same way in that these particular species, they have on each of their arms, if we focus, they have on each of their arms these sort of like cirri-like structures that they use. So they basically, again, hoist themselves up. This looks like a dead sponge stalk or a dead sponge stalk. You can see the spicules at the top. So they hoist themselves up this sponge stalk and get themselves as far up into the current as they can, because that's where the further from the seafloor is where the stronger currents will be, because there's less friction. And they extend their arms as far as they can so that they can use these special structures on their arms to essentially strain the water of food. You can also see there's two little amphipods sort of swimming around here. So this top one is a sea star. And then the one just below, if we pan down a little bit, is actually an ophiuroid. But they're behaving in very similar ways. But you can see very subtle differences in their structures. The ophiuroids are a bit more spiky, if you will, and they tend to wrap more strongly on the sponge stalk itself. And then just below that on the sponge stalk, we've got a skeleton shrimp, which is a type of isopod holding on and, yeah, living its best life. Also what look like potentially barnacles, those white structures on the sponge stalk. So you can see that this one little sponge stalk of dead sponge is forming a home for at least 4 different species of animal from 2 different phyla, echinoderms and crustaceans. You can zoom out again so we can just, yeah. Thank you, pilots, that's great. Some more sea cucumbers, some more fish. different species of sea cucumber dead ahead, as well as some more of these beautiful primnoids, I think corals. And we're continuing to make our way up to the tallest point of the seamount. This seamount is actually about 1 kilometer tall, which is much more in comparison than the Dorado Outcrop where we were a few days ago. Dorado is just about 200 meters tall, so just about 1/5 of the height. Can we get a quick zoom on this fish if we're just here? So yes, this is a significantly bigger feature than the ones we've been exploring before, and so that's why we're spending so much time to get a good look at what's going on. Great, thank you. Lots of corals, some anemones, sea cucumber, well camouflaged in the back. Can we have a quick zoom on this? Black coral, we're going to zoom on right now. We do have a black coral expert on board, Wendelin with the Zoology Museum at the University of Costa Rica. Just behind that, we're seeing some more sea spiders, ophiuroids, little sponges, nematocrocynid shrimp that has that those shrimp are known for having very long legs. Can we just get the lasers on just so we can get a feel for how big this black coral is? Okay, let me zoom out, we'll see. Great, thank you. It's pretty small. Can we just drop a marker here for the black coral, please, in case we want to come back to sample it later? So someone has raised a point in the chat that another difference between sea stars and brittle stars is that sea stars can have a huge range of different numbers of arms, whereas brittle stars only have 5. But you could see like almost convergent evolution happening there, which was cool. This is another big brazingid in front of us, next to an anthomastus coral, as well as a primnoid coral, the white one behind. That's a crinoid, exactly. Yellow crinoid in the center of the image right now. And some more of this sort of ooze-like structures we're seeing here. In case you missed it, we had Dr. Beth Orcutt come on to jump into the hot seat to explain a little bit of the geology we're seeing here. And so I'm going to try to paraphrase what she said, probably terribly. But she said that essentially we've got these lavas, which are the black rocks. And what happens is there'll be a lava, there would have been, once upon a time, a lava eruption that would have formed a layer. And then because there probably would have been some time without volcanic activity, it would have allowed the sediment, for instance, that we're seeing to settle. And that sediment is composed of both diatoms and coccolithophores. So diatoms are silica-based plankton, and then coccolithophores are carbonate-based plankton. And so both of those would have settled in layers, and then another eruption would have happened, and that would have essentially compressed the different layers of, compressed the layer of carbonate and siliceous ooze and caused it to become more compacted. And so that is that white rock that we're looking at here. Another one of these, likely Onerophanta sea cucumbers. These are always great to see. We did sample one of these a few days ago. So that is going to be taken back. And I should say all of the biological samples are going to be taken back to the Zoology Museum at the University of Costa Rica, where they're going to undergo much more analyses once we're back on shore. Many of the species are going to be sequenced for DNA and have their morphology looked at to determine what species they are, whether it is a new species, whether it is a new geographic record for Costa Rica. and a bunch of other things. And all of the rocks are going to go both to the geological school at the University of Costa Rica, but also to the United States Geological Survey as well for a little bit of analysis. So all of the samples that are taken on this cruise are going to be used by, most importantly, local Costa Rican scientists, but also scientists elsewhere around the world, and they are going to be accessioned permanently in the museum in Costa Rica so that any expert can request to work on these. A gorgeous Anthomastus there, which is a type of coral. So that's what I was referring to. So they're essentially this compacted over geological timescales carbonate and siliceous ooze that has then essentially become very soft rock. We'd scratched it earlier, and it was very easy to scratch and sort of look like talcum powder when it. I mean, we're having a discussion about how old these things are. I mean, I think like millions of years old. Wouldn't be able to say much more than that as a biologist. But this is one of the great reasons that we have a multidisciplinary cruise, is that we have experts from all of these different categories on board. Many of them, of course, are sleeping because they're not on shift right now. And so when they wake up, they're going to be able to look at these things, give us an explanation, chat. We can use that to change our hypotheses, come to different conclusions, look for more questions to ask on further dives. It is one of the lovely things about being on these deep sea science expeditions. There's so many different expertise on board. Gorgeous sponge at the bottom. Yeah, we got really excited thinking they were like true carbonates, but we've dropped some waypoints for some. If we could actually drop a marker here, just because there's some more here. So, because we're probably going to come back and sample one later on. Carbonate rock question mark? It's not carbonate, but white rock, whatever you want. And we are continuing to climb. So right now we are at a depth of about 2,623 meters off the west coast of, sorry, we're on the western side, but off the, west coast of Costa Rica. Oh, gorgeous relicanthus here. So these are relatives of anemones. When scientists, I think from the Smithsonian in the US, did DNA analyses of these and morphological analyses of these in the last few years, they were able to realize these are not anemones. They are, in fact, their own family of organism. And so they have had their own family, Boloseridae, erected for them.
Okay, sorry, so that's not an anemone.
No. So just Google relicanthus and you'll find, I'll tell you, hold on. I'll tell you the exact taxonomic, just so I don't say the wrong thing. So they're related to anemones. So they're a type of, you can put anemone. But they're their own family within an anemone, Boloseridae. And they can have extremely long tentacles. Just west of here, we have seen some of these relicanthus that have like tentacles that are like 6-7 feet long, streaming out into the current, and they obviously use those those tentacles to feed in the current. some squat lobsters, trying to make quick escapes. Some more anthomastus, some more very small little white corals, encrusting sponges, non-encrusting sponges.
I love this one.
Yeah, so cool.
So cool.
And this orange one, kind of
That's a crustacean, so a hermit crab.
like
Small little fish there. Looks like we're getting into more rocky territory, so better for octopus, but still no sign of any low temperature fluid flow. But here you can see the geology we were just discussing. So you can see that layer of lava on top, and then this layer of compacted ooze that's now become this silica carbonate rock below. And then likely below that is another layer of lava. Some gorgeous sponges with yellow crinoid, primnoid white coral, which is the central one. And then, can we get a quick zoom on this?
Yeah, copy that out.
The left one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was all of the,
I think he was on our vid. I can see.
I didn't either. What are we doing on? I'll do something.
The one on the left there.
So I am not a coral expert, but that might be a chrysogorgid, maybe. Oda, if you're around. I don't believe we've sampled one of these yet, so if we could drop a waypoint here.
There you go. Yeah, it keeps flipping back. Oh yeah, I see that. Let's see if it flips back. Started to hit on over here.
So this carbonate, not carbonate, what am I talking about? Coral has a little shrimpy in it, or mysid, can't get a good look. Two of them, little red heads.
What's this one called?
I think it's a chrysogorgid, but I don't want to say the wrong thing.
What would you like the marker to say?
Quite chrysogorgid, question mark. How do I spell that? CHRYSOGORGID, maybe. I can't see where you're typing, but yes, that looks relatively right. Put the question mark. Yes, this is actually great, and the altitude is really great. Good for not missing the small things, but still getting a feel for the environment. Some more of these synallactid sea cucumbers. Looks like 3 within view right now. They're the sort of clear ones with spikies. So you can see one of these contracted anthomastus. That's the pink ball that you can see. And then to the left, you can see one of the extended anthomastus. So same animal, just different levels of extension. Ooh, good little roll there. Gorgeous primnoid in front of us. That's home to 2 comatulid yellow crinoids. Some anthomastus. So we're continuing up the slope, heading to the furthest point. Oh, can we get a view of this sponge stalk ahead of us that has the brisingid and an anemone at the top? I'm not sure if we've seen any of these anemones yet on this dive or for this expedition. This looks like what we nicknamed the Venus flytrap anemone, so a hormathidid. So it always amazes me, you know, these dead sponge stalks, and actually west of here, sorry, in the Pacific, these sponge stalks have been shown to be, even though they're dead, they are really important parts of the ecosystem. They actually increase diversity a lot. And you can see there's often always a lot of life on them. So this one, we've got a crinoid, which is the lowest animal, if we could get a good view, no? A crinoid, which is the lowest on the rung. You can see it's got its little cirri holding on to the stalk. If we can zoom any more. Yeah, so that's a sort of maroon colored one. You can see it's got its little cirri holding on. Above that is a brisingid sea star. Above that is an ophiuroid that you can just see the tentacles of, much smaller tentacles than the brisingid. And then above that is an anemone. And these are all suspension, well, essentially trying to get up into the current so that they can catch any passing food. And so 3 different classes of echinoderms on this: crinoids, sea stars, and brittle stars. And then an anemone that's just closed up. Gorgeous. Thank you, pilots. Some large anthomastus on the left. Very large anthomastus. Another relicanthus attached to a sponge stalk with a brittle star. Which one? The pink blob? Oh, the... No, so I think maybe it's a sponge stalk that has it's dead, fallen over. Perhaps if you could zoom to the right, you might be able to see the silica strands at the end where it sort of might have fractured off. Or it could be... Yeah, so maybe it broke off of that. Yeah. Either dead sponge stalk or dead coral stalk. Oh, so if we do a quick zoom, you can see the forked tongue of one of the echurans. Ow. Yeah, so that's the same. We've seen a few of these now, but this, you can see the end of this one is a bit different. The other one sort of looked like it had a spade at the end, but this one has got this very distinct forking and is turquoise colored. Also got can we zoom on that little black coral? Is that possible? Different. Oh no, I think it's just the orientation. Never mind. But yeah, echuran worm living in that little burrow there. Thank you, pilots. Some more sponge stalks inhabited by lots of different types of animals, lots of echinoderms, lots of cnidarians, or anemones, I should say. Some more sea cucumbers, sponges, corals, and definitely more of sort of like a broken up lava floor here. Someone asking whether Relicanthus can swim. I am not aware of that. And someone also asking about the species of echuran. Also unsure. Big slime star in the center. Another big slime star off to the right. So you can see a lot of the animals down here are white or red. And that's for a few different reasons. So animals might be a product, the coloration might be a product of what they're eating. But also in the deep sea, there's no sunlight. So sometimes there's no need for color, right? Because most of the life down here doesn't have eyes. There's not a lot of light, just some bioluminescence. So why bother to have color? But the ones that are red are a bit different in that as you move deeper in the ocean, sunlight decreases and you lose different wavelengths of light. The longest wavelengths of light are lost first, such as red light is the first color to be lost. And so that means that animals that are red in the deep sea, because there is no red light available, it means that they are essentially invisible. So red is like black in the deep sea. So it means that a lot of these are essentially camouflaged in the darkness.
All right, Adam, we're here.
How far are we away from waypoint 3? Just curious.
About 250 meters.
Okay. So we're about 250 meters downslope from the tip top of this seamount, and we're going to continue heading up.
Where? Right here. Yeah, you might be right. Could have flavor.
Yeah.
That what?
We're just looking, we're not sure if actually waypoint 13 is actually where the top is. We're thinking it's just to the northeast there. Just
Okay.
between
This
the,
little band right here.
yeah, somewhere in there is, might be the top.
Got ya. The tippy top.
Yeah,
Got
we
ya.
might just kind of deviate a little bit to that direction.
Yeah, we definitely want to like have a little look-see
Of course, yeah.
around up here. A synaphobranchid fish, so cutthroat eel.
Yeah, we're kind of, we're working like right.
And in case you missed it on our first dive, there was just a remarkable moment where a mother octopus had left her eggs on Dorado Outcrop, and within literally a minute of leaving her eggs, several synaphobranchid eels had shown up to try to eat those eggs. It was remarkable how quickly they knew that there were exposed eggs nearby. Definitely, if you can, try to rewind to see that. It was just an amazing moment of predation in the deep sea. Lots of Anthomastus corals down there. Some sponges. One of these hermit crabs with an anemone on its butt. So Janet, you've come in at the perfect time because there's an octopus question.
Oh,
So someone
Where?
asked, it's like your, what do you call the Batman signal? The bat signal? Yeah, it's like the octopus signal. How's it done? Right, so speaking of octopus eggs, is there anything new you can share about the octopus eggs that you collected?
Well, they're consistent with what I had seen in Granuleni pacifica. Compared to the moose octopus eggs, which tend to be long and slender with a relatively long stalk, these are more bulbous with a tiny stalk. Embryos were maybe half developed. We gotta see if the microbiomes are penetrating the chorion, and that's how the octopus flourish in this area. We're not seeing a lot, but I have no doubt they're doing well here.
So just to be clear, over the last 3 dives, we have collected 2 different egg clutches from 2 different octopus species, both the moose octopus and the Granulidini, right?
Stephen, not only different species, different genera in different families. So even though clearly they're octopus, once you get to know them up close and personal, they're like night and day in the octopus world. Of course, then there's the moon and the stars, but we won't go into that.
Can we have a quick zoom on this black coral under the fish, please? Thank you, Janet. That was great.
Always a pleasure, Deepa.
So Snaphobranchian cutthroat eel here next to a beautiful black coral. Just before we leave it, we'll flick the lasers on so we can get a feel for the size. So black corals are called black corals for the reason you can see just at the base of the stalk, you can see the skeleton within the coral itself. Underneath the tissue is actually black. And they are some of the slowest. We don't know a lot about growth rates in the deep sea. There have been very few deep sea animals that have been aged, but one of the groups that has been aged, where a few species have been aged, are the black corals. And we, from off Hawaii in Papahanaumokuakea, Kea, I think it was. And some of those corals, those black corals, have come out at over 4,200 years old. So imagine one animal being alive for that length of time. Like, think about how much has happened in human history in that time, how much that black coral must have experienced during its life. So yes, black corals are just generally amazing. And we do have a black coral expert on board, Wendelin, who is going to be looking at all the black corals we collect. And can we get a quick zoom on the squat lobster on the right? Yeah, it's just over here. It's just because it's not one of the Galatheids that the Munidopsids that we've been seeing, the white ones. This is clearly a different species. Good spot. Still squat lobster. That's great. Thank you. And some stalk sponges, a few of them in that little area. Oh, can we have a quick zoom on the circular ones? Yeah, so just stalk sponges. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Got excited, thought they were carnivorous. They're not. So a few comments to address in the chat. So yes, so I mean 4,000 years is incredibly old. It's older than many of the oldest trees on land that, you know, we consider to be of such importance and are so strongly protected. So it certainly says something about the deep sea and how we should be thinking about it in the future, given the huge ages. And then someone is asking, why is the coral black? If in the light it's purple, and so the black skeleton is underneath tissue, and that tissue can be lots of different colors, from reds and oranges to more purple colors, white colors. So it's what we're seeing is essentially a combination of the tissue and the skeleton, because they're kind of, the tissue is kind of translucent.
Tell if that's like the summit is the top of the white and then it dips back off, or if that's just the top of the ridge.
Yeah, that is hard to tell here.
Or is that almost the summit and then that dark patch the summit? Just below between the two waypoints.
So it's like a little divot.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
That's a divot.
That's higher.
Is that higher than the white?
The white is higher.
Yeah, okay. So
And so the
right
one
where
on
your mouse
the left
is.
side of the screen is higher than the one under the tip.
Right. So where your mouse is almost the sun right there, Lisa?
right here.
I would say somewhere in there maybe. So we're at 2,600 exactly now. Yeah, yeah. Sounds good. No, I find this speed at 65 delta seems to be the best. I think the more we fade out, I'm finding it's almost sluggish. Without
Dragging your leash.
yeah, I'm not sure. Because he's dragging up for me, but
Right.
I find it's harder to control.
Ooh, there's lots going on here. So on the left, we've got some corals from Noads, some Anthomastus, entrepreneurs climbing that rock. Got a red shrimp at the base of the screen, orange hermit crab with anemone on its butt at the base of the screen, stalked scrinoid in the center of the screen. A lot happening in this little space. On the coral skeleton, which is the most left white skeleton, we can see some stalked barnacles as well. A lot here in this little spot. Great colors. Great, thank you, pilots. Keep going to the top. So this looks like a dead sponge, a live sponge, And can we do a quick zoom on the yellow? So yeah, the one in the front that's sedimented, that is a sponge, a dead sponge, so a sponge skeleton. Then behind it, we've got a live species of white sponge. And then on the right, we've got a live species of yellowy sponge. And you can see this whole root structure that it uses to attach to that basically looks like a big wig. Each of those are glass in inverted commas, so silica strands that it can use to attach to things. And gosh, and on that, we've got a sea star at the bottom of one species, a brisingid sea star in the center, some amphipods, which are the little white beetle-like crustaceans, a tube worm that has the worm's head sticking out right in the center, an ophiuroid on the left, the pink one up on the left, a sponge on the left, on the sponge skeleton, a crinoid on top of the dead sponge skeleton, and then some more ophiuroids, pink on the yellow and white sponge behind. So this is a great example of how corals and sponges in the deep sea act almost like trees in a rainforest. They create these three-dimensional structures that will allow other animals to live within and on top of. That was great. Different species of sea star here as well. So we can see the geology's changed a little bit again. We've gone from this area of like large, broken up lava chunks now to much smaller lobate lavas covered by this crust that are sort of all cemented together. And it has this light dusting of sediment on it. So many of these entrepreneurs. Another one of these sea mice, type of polychaete worm. Definitely one of my favorite things we've seen for this whole expedition. Big Anthomastus on this rock. Some smaller Anthomastus to the left. Ooh, are we coming up to more rocks? Ooh, if we could take a look at this when we get there. please. So it looks like we've got a different anemone coming into view right now. Not necessarily one I remember seeing at any point during this dive. But you can see it's a much darker color, lots and lots of arms, big central mouth area. Can we just flick the lasers on really quickly before we... Scott, can you put the lasers on, please, just for a second? Before... Okay. Gorgeous. Sorry, I will shout louder in future. Yes. Anemone. Anemone. This one's pretty big, about 30 centimeters from tentacle to tentacle. Gorgeous. So its mouth is in the center within the smaller tentacles, and the larger tentacles will be used to catch food and then bring them towards the mouth. Gorgeous. Thank you, pilots. Oh, okay. Maybe it's a... Oh, yeah, no, we can continue. Thank you.
Interesting cracking feature here. Look at this.
Oh, this is interesting. So you can see there was, yeah, this layer that has now, layer of larva that has now cracked.
Yeah, it's like a ridge all the way up there.
Hold on, just checking something in my species guide. So my apologies. Those in the chat were correct. That black was not an anemone. It was actually a cereanthid, which is a tubed anemone. So an anemone that lives in a tube and is able to retract into a tube. So thank you, viewers. Stand corrected. Yeah, so there's this weird geological feature here.
This might be the white in the definition. You would just be crossing this right now.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah, like the little ridge.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see
If we follow it along.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. We're exploring. So we're just going to follow this feature for a bit. Oh, I think there's more coming up, but but very small. That's the relicanthus, the same. So relicanthus to the right, some white primnoid corals, some crinoids, little red shrimp. And just like that, it's kind of, oh yeah, so I guess that's what the bathymetry is showing, right, is it comes to an end.
Well, yeah, because we crossed over and this one looks like it kind of runs southwest. So I'm not sure. But it looks like it could be like the white is higher than the kind of pictures. This is like a divot in here. And
Yeah, yeah.
So that's very possible. We come up 6 meters here.
Some corals, primnoids, some crinoids, sponges. Black coral down to the right.
Now, we were thinking that this was more up toward the summit, but it was looking like, but I can deviate down to 13 if you'd like.
So we don't think the bathymetry is true
No, I think
in this resolution, perhaps?
yeah, like out here, yeah, it's close, but I think that this is probably the summit in this area.
Okay, so then let's let's
So I'm gonna
turn head down to waypoint 3, and then on the way up to 14, if we could drop over the side of that little ridge.
Okay,
and
yeah, let's
so,
cross
yeah.
over this way. So we're crossing over the summit, and then we'll come up this way on this
Or
side.
can we do
Is that what-
down to 13, then across the summit, and then along the ridge feature?
Head this way.
Yeah, and
Then
then
down
that,
to
and
here,
then up,
and
and
then
then yeah. Thank you.
So you may want to position, yeah.
Just bring them back down here. You're
Uh,
gonna come across.
Yeah, I think I'll come across here now to 13. So if you put them, yeah, just a little bit more to the west and down. And I got somewhere in there, and then I can. So I'll come like this. I'll go down to 13.
Yep.
And then I'll come straight across, and then we'll come up this ridge on the back side of it.
Okay, so I use this measure.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so I need to go a little further south. There we go.
Oh, a little piece of trash, I think. Yeah. It was just below, just went off. We just passed over it. It looked like a can. Oh, yeah, that. Like is like either a can or a pot, like a. Just waking up.
No, no, I wanted to set an alarm to record here for this 3370.
Also, is that the actual alarm you wake up to? Because that was horrific.
No, it was
Okay.
It was just for so we can record our oils. Just the Alexa names. Just kind of to the exact reference. I just want to train it over an hour.
It wasn't clear, like either a can or like a.
Names is
It looked like a can, and I couldn't tell if it had a bottom or it was just like a piece of. I was not unsure. So we can see some chitons. We've seen a few of these at these sites. These are mollusks, polyplacophorans. And many of you may recognize them from the seashore around where you live, but these are the deep sea relatives. If we could maybe just get a quick zoom on one, like there's the one there. We're going to try to zoom on one. Yeah, so there we go. Deep sea chiton. Chiton, so it's a mollusk. Great, thank you. And next to it, some sponges. Okay, so the hermit crabs we've been seeing that have the anemones or the zoanthids attached to them, at least ones with anemones. So they start, amazingly, they start off with a snail shell, like a normal hermit crab. But at some point, an anemone attaches to it, and then things begin to change, basically. And over time, the anemone takes on the role of the original shell and actually creates a coiled chitinous cavity to accommodate the abdomen of the hermit crab. And because the hermit crab knows that its shell is now, can we zoom on that snail? Because we know the shell has now dissolved, the hermit crab makes a special effort to hold on to the anemone, which it does with its little weird modified arms. So I think this is the first snail we may have seen for this expedition, or gastropod. Any chance we get a slightly closer zoom? Oh. So you can see it had its siphon extended, but it's just retracted it a little bit. It's got its foot out because it's on the move. But yeah, this is the first one we've seen for this expedition, which is cool. Huh? Taking a highlight. Great. That's great. Thank you, Pat. And when we're zooming out, if we could just see the size of it with the lasers, please. I think it's going to be pretty small.
This is definitely downslope.
Okay, so then let's remain on the ridge.
But what I can do is, if you want, I can kind of crowd around this.
Exactly.
Area and walk them up. I don't think I'll go all the way back down
Totally
there.
agree. Yep. If we could just like be on the crest of the ridge, see what's down there, not actually going, and then turn around. Lasers? Oh yeah, there we go. So that's only about 5 centimeters long, which is still pretty big for the deep sea. So we are sort of at very close to the summit of the seamount. We're at about 2,592 meters right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to just suss this area, get a look down the west side of the slope from up high to kind of get a feel for what's down there. And then we're going to turn around and head northeast along the sort of ridge wall, which is where, if there was going to be low temperature venting, it's one of the more likely areas where we'd see it. So some fish here, another Galatheid squat lobster. Whoa, this is a big slope. Well,
It's actually
relative
more
to what we've been
almost
seeing.
to the south now.
Yeah, can we zoom out a tiny bit?
Yeah, so
Okay, so yeah, so that's, oh no, it's not that, it's not that far away. It's not actually that big a slope. Okay, well, that's great. We can do our little turn when you can and head up to waypoint 14.
are you happy this?
Yes, I think so.
Looks like there's something big in front, kind of white.
Yeah, so that's going to be a coral. There's definitely a coral in the distance.
Yep. I will. I'm just going to sit to turn this out.
Do I turn this off? Turn that on?
Yeah. Yes. You turn off the bridge. I think you can have some both.
Hey, on the bridge and go all stop.
Full stop over there.
Roger that. We're going to put in a move going north-northeast.
Okay, thanks.
So if you do have social media and you are following along the expedition, we do have a hashtag, which many of us have been using on both Twitter and Instagram and maybe Facebook. It's hashtag Octo Odyssey. And if you use that, you should be able to see the posts from many of the scientists on board. And that will be a mix of daily life on the ship, the science that's happening, animals that might have been spotted. And of course, there's also the Schmidt Ocean Institute socials across all of their channels. Lots of places to see life behind the scenes and catch up on things you may have missed. Coming, hold on. So exactly, so we discussed that. So we're gonna drop off to the side and go along the bridge edge. Yeah. Just because that's the area where we are most likely to see venting if there is any. No, that's really, yeah. I love it. Reminds me of like Mario Kart. Yeah. With like a little like thing like bouncing. Yeah.
Red shells.
Yeah. So we've just popped up on the live stream on the left-hand upper corner. The bathymetry, which the ship was able to collect yesterday, we ran some mapping lines over the seamount because no one had ever been here before, and the bathymetry that existed, so how the seafloor looks, the shape of the seafloor was quite rough resolution. So as a result of that, we've been able to produce this amazing sort of model of what the seamount looks like, and the little yellow square in the middle of it right next to waypoint 13 is ROV SuBastian moving along the seafloor. So you can see where we are relative to the rest of the seamount. You can see we've climbed to the top of the seamount. The red is shallower, and we are just about to drop off to the side of this reddish area and work our way along a ridge, which we're going to explore now. You can see it just to the right of the vehicle. We're just going to drop down that ridge and see what we can see. Thanks, Steph.
Surprised we didn't see more coral attached to that ridge. I thought that would have been a good spot for current.
Just generally, like the seamount hasn't had, when you compare it to like the seamounts in the Central Pacific, like for instance where Nautilus is diving now, I mean those seamounts are just covered in big corals and sponges and lots of different species. On our first dive at Dorado, we did see a lot of corals and sponges amongst the brooding octopus. There was definitely a lot more happening at Dorado Outcrop. But here, yeah, things seem to be pretty quiet. Not that obvious amount of big sort of three-dimensional structuring organisms. So this is the edge, right, of the ridge?
Yeah,
we're just going over the. Some beautiful glass sponges, some beautiful white primnoid corals, black coral, which is the sort of pinky cream one in the middle of the picture right now. In between, some little echinoderms.
What was the summit?
What are we at now? Yeah, so like 2590 something, I think. Some Anthomastus. Ooh, jelly. was about to say, why are you surprised by this, Jumbo?
Well, no. Did someone ask the question about the average time of our dive?
Yes, we did. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I'm just catching up on the. Isn't it paperwork? Quinoa, curry, lunch, quinoa, curry. You know, it sounds delicious. Every morning, yeah, when we wake up, picture of the
Wait, so what is that?
quinoa curry.
Quinoa curry.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Aren't you intrigued?
I'm definitely intrigued. Quinoa curry. What's for dinner?
For like the next 12 hours.
That's what you look forward to?
Well, I look at this and I'm like, okay, am I gonna stay up or am I gonna get up when we get in the middle of my 12 hours?
You literally plan your day around your meals. Like literally.
I have yet to be, well, there was once where I was like, I might get up for this dinner. That sounds good. But I just slept instead.
You know, just text us and I'll put it in place.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get them to plate you something. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Low price of $19.99. I'll put a plate aside for you. But honestly, just text me all the time.
That's awesome. Thank you for that.
That's dedication. Get up here.
So we have about half an hour left in this particular ROV Science Watch, and then we're going to switch over to the next team. That's going to be led by co-chief scientist, Dr. Jorge Cortez from the University of Costa Rica. And Jorge is is the most experienced scientist in Costa Rica with the deep sea. He has been on many of the previous deep sea expeditions here. And of course, he speaks both Spanish and English. So great. It's going to be a great shift as we continue exploring.
This seems to be, holding a nice, bottom, not fishing. I'd say it's pretty. I wanted to build a little buffer with him. That's why I came ahead, so that if we stop, he's not going to be able to run anywhere to stop it. A little buffer that we take off a little faster.
If we were to pan right, what does downslope look like? How big is this ridge? Can we see the base of it, basically, is my... It's super gradual. Not super sloping.
Kind of steep with that.
Yeah, this is barely I don't even think this is like a ridge. This is just a gently sloping, yeah, exaggerate times 10. Because the rendering you put up was 1-to-1. Yeah. What was saying? Yeah, it literally is like a dune. There are definitely some stupid dunes, a lot of stupid dunes in this, though. Oh, can we zoom in? So this is one of I don't know if we've seen any of these for this expedition so far, but we've definitely seen, Costa Rican scientists have seen this on previous expeditions. And this is a jelly that lives on the seafloor, which is not what jellies tend to do. Jellies tend to swim. So if we could just get some good footage of this with and without the laser markers. I think on the previous expedition here on the last Falcor, the earlier Falcor, if you go to the ROV 4K highlights, there is a video of this walking along, the species walking along the seafloor. Okay, it's not that big, about 15 centimeters. It's not on the move right now. Yeah. There you go. In the background, we've got some glass sponges, some bryozoans. Cool. A xenophyrophore plate-like one on the left. Is that dark thing? Oh, another xenophyrophore just at the bottom. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And then a really big sea urchin to the left. There we go. Yeah, big sea urchin to the left. Great. Thank you. That was great.
Is that similar to the sea urchin that they collect for ROV?
I am not. I'm gonna say no. Well, I think lots of different sea urchins are collected for roe, right?
Yeah.
But those are shallow water ones, and I'm not sure how related they would be. A quick zoom on the black coral dead ahead, please. This guy. Oh, sizable black coral. Half a meter. It looks like a sea spider, but a very small one compared to some of the ones we saw earlier this morning. Oh, and you can see I'm guessing that's what did that, but you can see it's eaten some of the tissue from the top left corner of the black coral. So you can see now the skeleton is exposed. Great. Thank you. Another cusk eel here. Oh, can we actually drop a marker by that black coral, please? Just for when we're sampling later. What's the question?
So tasty, the ROV from urchin.
Oh, so good. It's like one of my most favorite things.
It's not like fish ROV.
No, it's not like
okay.
It's basically, it's not just the eggs, it's like the whole gonad. So the whole reproductive organ. And so it comes out in like this lump without defined individual eggs. What's the name of that? In Japanese. Oh my gosh, my brain. This is what happens. I just feel like it just doesn't work properly anymore. Uni.
Oh, I have had that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like an orange lump.
I was in college, I was a merchant diver tender.
You were what?
I was a merchant diver tender, so the diver, so I drove the boat around.
Where was this?
In Maine.
Wow.
All the urchins and put the bags on the trees and I pull the trees up and sort the urchins and the toads and take the toads to the facility. They would take the toads directly onto a plane, fly out of
Straight to
Bangor,
Japan.
and a day later they would have fresh roll and some Japanese restaurants from Maine. Wow. It was good money.
Did you get, I was about to say, did you also get to eat a lot of that?
Yes.
Oh, quality control, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, of course. I know in the Caribbean, so particularly in the Grenadines, and Vincent and the Grenadines, it's like a delicacy as well.
Two for them, one for me.
Another one of those sea mice off to the left. You can see it glistening. Another one of these parapagurated hermit crabs with the anemone. Some more black corals here. Wow, we're covering some ground on this dive. Looks like,
It's Columbus.
yeah, many kilometers expected to be covered in these 32 hours. Some big, beautiful sponges. Not a lot of them, but some big ones every now and again. Quick zoom down here at these, please. So some black corals down here. Two different, well, I don't know if they're two different species, but two black corals, one which has a crinoid on it. Can we drop another marker here, please? Black coral for sampling later. Great view of the base of the sponge where it's using its silica spicules to attach to the sea floor. Gorgeous. I was trying to look to see who's, yeah, Janice and Rob. Yes. Yeah. So we're seeing a bit more corals here. These small white corals, another big sea spider coming into view, some red shrimp and yellow crinoids. Can we get a view of this, please? So a black coral here, and then just behind it, a sea pen. We did see some sea pens on previous dives, and we collected some, and actually on Dorado, in the area where there's low temperature venting, we saw a lot of sea pens. There were a huge number of sea pens in that area. Unfortunately, no sign of venting here yet. Gorgeous. And so sea pens are a type of coral. You can see that because of the polyps that have tentacles, very similar to coral polyps, or they are coral polyps, I should say. And unlike corals that have a base they use to attach to something hard to anchor to, sea pens instead have something called a peduncle, which is basically, I know that word cracks me up every time, has a peduncle that goes into the sediment and basically just acts as an anchor without actually attaching to anything. For instance, that's probably what's happening here. They can also attach to things, but they can also just anchor themselves. So someone has asked what would be a sign of the low temperature venting that we're looking for. And we really appreciate if you guys keep all your eyes peeled. But basically there'd be a few clues to look for. So one is that the rocks would be clear of sediment. So right now what we're looking at is a seafloor with a light dusting of sediment. So the rocks would be very clean. So very, and probably very black. And another clue is, or something to look for, is actually sort of shimmering water. So that is water which is going across a very strong thermal gradient, if you will. So the temperature of the deep sea generally is about so right now it's 1.8 degrees Celsius down where we are in the deep sea. So just 1 degree, 1 and a bit degrees above freezing. But the temperature of the fluid that we saw at Dorado Outcrop was between sort of 2 and 12 or 13, I should say, degrees Celsius. So that difference in temperature means that the water takes on this sort of shimmering like appearance. So if you've ever been driving your car and you look down the highway in front of you and it's very hot, you might see some sort of like shimmering haziness on the road in front. That's what the water looks like here. So those are the two main clues that we're going to be looking for to find this low temperature venting. Some more corals. So the one on the left is an isidid, a bamboo coral, and the one on the right probably a primnoid, which is a different kind of coral, different family of coral. A little cusk eel down there. As soon as we're ready, as soon as Rob or Janet come, just like go. Oh, we're not that far away from waypoint 14. Okay. Okay.
Now, see, one just intersect the line or go right up to it?
I think let's go up to it just so we continue running along the feature, please. So we are just about to end our science watch. The dive is going to continue for another 24-ish hours. ROV pilots are also about to do a watch change, so things are going to be a little quiet for the next five or so minutes. We are going to be, the science party is going to be handing over to Jorge Cortez, one of the most esteemed marine biologists in Costa Rica, and certainly the marine biologist with the most deep sea experience in Costa Rica. He has been on many previous expeditions in Costa Rican waters and is also a Spanish and English speaker. We're also going to be handing over to Janet Voigt, who is our octopus expert on board and one of the leading experts in deep sea octopus. And Rob Parent, I should say Jorge is from the University of Costa Rica, Janet is from the Field Museum in Chicago, and Rob Parent from the University of Calgary, who is part of the heat flow team, the team that is taking measurements from below the surface of the seafloor to try to understand what is going on in terms of geologically, in terms of like sort of hydrothermal flow below. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, basically, we've done no collections. We did drop some markers at the carbonate question mark rocks, which, yeah, black corals, a chrysogorgia, which is the first chrysogorgia we've seen on this cruise, I think.
Yep.
And we're nearly at waypoint 14.
Okay. Did we come up on this thing?
Yeah. So we went right up to 13, circled around, and then we've dropped along and gone along the ridge that you can see, the edge. But none of these features are actually like ridges because they're so small.
They just wipe out.
They're just like little like ledges, like 2-foot ledges.
But we haven't gone up on the top of it.
The top where? Viewpoint. Yes, we did.
Doesn't look like the track.
No, but we did. So when we came down, we went up onto
Oh,
the
okay.
top. Yeah. So
Okay.
we like came down the track, went onto the top, hit waypoint 13, then
Got
went
it.
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy lunch. Delicious.
Thank you guys. That's great.
I'm just filling in for Jorge until he gets here. Can we back up and so that we can look up to our left?
Thank you guys. That was great.
Do you want me to just, loop
Yeah.
up this camera and then we can keep you and the
Oh, yeah.
science, or some sort of give us an idea of what's coming up before it gets in this video, if you like.
Rob, yeah. It's like it's something that has like massive. You'll hear it first with the headphones because it's really having like.
Hello to our audience at home. We're in the middle of a shift change here, which is also overlapping with our lunchtime on the ship. So people will be coming in and out of the room over the next few minutes. I'm Dr. Beth Orcutt from the Bigelow Laboratory for Ocean Sciences, filling in on the watch lead for a few moments. You are exploring Fuente Seamount with us. We're at about 2,610 meters below the seafloor exploring one of the tallest parts of this seamount, looking for signs of low temperature venting and potentially octopus nurseries, which we've seen on previous dives. You're seeing here what looks a bit like rubble, potentially from prior debris flow type events, also heavily sedimented. You see how steep the terrain is here in the view off to the right. This is one of the shallowest dives we've done so far on this expedition. Oh, hey, Jorge. I hopped in for a few minutes if you ever could get lunch.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So we're almost at waypoint 14. And you can see here that we're kind of coming around the side of it, like a little ridge feature. We're almost at the top of it. It's very drastic here. Yeah, exactly. So this is probably the steepest part of the dive and the shallowest part of the dive. Ooh, off to the left looks really good. We haven't really done any collections so far because we've been prioritizing looking for venting and octopus. Yeah, we'll want to spend a little bit of time exploring this part before we just get to waypoint 14, I think.
Yeah, we should get some good videos of those octopus.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if we could pause in front of these pink things to get some good imagery. And also the aquacoral, yeah. So maybe we'll see something interesting up here, but who knows? Ooh. What is that? Yeah, there's all kinds of interesting things here. Yeah, so spend a little bit of time, I think, on this feature, looking around. This might be a good spot. And then if you were to look at the map zoomed out, you can see maybe also on that one that our next waypoints kind of go on this other ridge feature. Ridge is not the right word, just like ledge out towards the west. So that's kind of our next destination. So if you want to spend time here looking around, see what we see. Okay?
Hello, how are you? Very well, very well. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. This is Jorge Cortez from the University of Costa Rica. I'll be here with you for the next 4 hours, narrating in English and Spanish and looking at these interesting places. With me is Rod from the University of Calgary and Janet Boyd from the Film Museum, Chicago. And we'll be cruising along this seamount. It's been very incredible views, and we'll be cruising along the seamount. Galate, that's the big group. Wow, yeah. That's great. This is an octocoral we're looking at. It's a group of octocorals that have a stock, and then these polyps that come up. It's typical of deep waters. And they're called octocorals because they have 8 tentacles, and the tentacles have pinnacles, have those extensions. Muy buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días. Les habla Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Voy a estar aquí con ustedes durante las próximas 4 horas, narrando en español y en inglés. Y conmigo está Rod, de la Universidad de Calgary, tomando notas, y la doctora Janet Boyd del Museo Field en Chicago, también ayudando aquí. Y lo que estamos viendo ahorita es un octocoral. Ahí vemos contar los 8 tentáculos típicos de este grupo, pero además son pinados, tienen esas extensiones, a diferencia de los tentáculos de otros organismos relacionados como los corales o las anémonas. Y sobre uno de los tentáculos vemos este crustáceo. Y ahí vemos otro más por allá abajo. Podemos ver cómo la asociación de muchos organismos sobre uno mismo. Y aquí estamos explorando un monte submarino llamado Fuente, que es relativamente grande, y vamos a estarlo cruzando de un lado a otro. Y esta ha sido la inmersión más somera, la menos profunda que hemos hecho, y estamos a 2.612 metros. Y la temperatura afuera, ahí donde están estos animales, es de 1.8 grados centígrados. This is our shallowest dive so far, and we are at 2,612 meters, and the temperature out there is 1.8 degrees Celsius. Very good. Wow.
When we come away from this little spot, just to the top left of us, there was like a hole that looked more black. I want to look in there and see if there's any evidence of anything. And then off to the top right, there was another hole with something purple in it. So I don't know if that was maybe an octopus. But anyway, when you come off this, I think you'll see it.
Great.
In both directions.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that little thing.
Wow, this this patches. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Sorry, Rich, can we ease to an all-stop here, please? Yeah.
Let's see, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what we're looking is another sponge there. Lots of sponge, and to the right of that sponge is probably another octocoral. Yeah, so we're gonna move on to another site. Well, yeah, here we see that feathery organism. That's a crinoid that's related to the sea stars hanging on from an octocoral. That's it's a crinoid. Yep, and you could see there where it has these structures that to hold on from the octocoral. Aquí lo que vemos es un crinoideo, está relacionado a las estrellas de mar, es un grupo muy primitivo, de los cuales no hay muchos ahora, pero en otras épocas geológicas eran muy abundantes, y podemos ver las estructuras que tienen con las que se agarran al octocoral, y de vez en cuando se despegan y pueden nadar usando todos esos brazos, pueden nadar. Y aquí vemos detalles del octocoral. De nuevo, se puede ver los 8 tentáculos pinados. So we're looking at this whole scenery with crinoids, several species of octocorals. We're going to take another view of this field. This is very, very impressive. All of these octocorals. It's a beautiful view. We're right on a ledge. You can see to the right this dark blue. That's deep. That's dark over there. Just take a quick picture.
Nice screensaver.
Yeah, right? Very zen.
Okay, I don't know if there's some questions for you. I don't know if you've already answered them, but.
Sí, lo que vimos antes era un crustáceo eh, sobre el octocoral y no, los crinoideos son una clase aparte de los equinodermos, como los ofiuras son otro, las estrellas son otro, los pepinos es otra clase. Esto es un grupo diferente. Thank you for your salutations. And yeah, we'll be here for observing this. We can see a shrimp swimming there on the right. Yeah, these are incredible views of these organisms. And it's seeing them alive like this is extraordinary. Having the possibility of filming them and having records of them in their environment, where they live, see their colors, their movements. It's a big privilege. Yeah, you can see another little crustacean there. Es un gran privilegio poder tener estas imágenes, poder ver estos animales en vivo, a dónde viven, cómo se mueven, quién está asociado, porque una vez que se colecta y se preserva ya se pierde mucho de todo este detalle. En muchos casos hasta el color se pierde. Yeah, that's the beauty of this vehicle, that we can stop, zoom in, zoom out, look at the details. We could take a look at this. Yeah, here we're coming up to another crinoid. Yeah, this. Wow. No, this is no, it's a brittle star, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see all that yellow are the tube feet that they use to attach. And now I'm not completely sure, but it looks like a brittle star. Y lo que vemos es lo que me parece que debe ser una estrella quebradiza. Que esto sí es, lo anaranjado que vemos son los pies tubulares de lo que se está agarrando. Yeah, there's some comments that might be a resinged star, but I'm not a specialist on this group of animals, so I'm not sure. And if you look carefully on the rocks, they're covered with some sort of organisms, sediments, and of course, a lot of microorganisms. Okay. Take a look at this. Gonna get a close up of this organism, and then we'll move to that dark area. That looks like the places where you have the fluids coming out. Yeah, yeah, just zoom. Let's zoom in. Wow, it's a sponge. Wow, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen this one before. Huh. And it seems to have one of those polychaetes with a lot of tentacles in them. Mhm. Yeah, let's move. Yeah, to that. Let's take a look in here. And once they will take a look at the different organisms there. Yeah, let's check this. Yeah, here we see other species of octocorals, the white one, crinoid, sea star that I haven't seen before, on top of another species of sponge. I'm wondering. If it's
Well, we saw one earlier and that sighting.
This, like, so right now we're focused on a crinoid, and if you see on the back, there's these little globes. Those are small glass sponges. This beautiful zoom in. Wow, see the details. Estamos viendo este crinoideo, la posibilidad de ver este nivel de detalle de este animal. Qué belleza. Como le decía, no es una gran oportunidad por verlos en vivo con sus colores en su sitio. Wow. Beautiful. And let's take a look over here. Ahora vamos a movernos un poquito a la derecha y ahí está esta estrella de mar. Es decir, del grupo de las estrellas verdaderas sentada sobre una esponja. Silicia y sí, This that we're looking at, it's this sea star, a real sea star, as opposed to the one we see almost hiding there. That's a brittle star. That's another group of also of the echinoderm. And sitting on top of this glass sponge, and on the back we're trying to figure what that is, and it might be the glass fibers of this sponge. These are made up of silicate, and it's just the same as the fiber optics we use for communication. To hold on, they bury those fibers into the rocks and into the sediments, and then they can hold this like this big head, if we call it somehow, the sponge, where they're filtering the water. So in these ones, the water will come in from the sides and will come out from the larger holes. As the water comes in, they filter, they get the oxygen, the food, and when they reproduce, the larvae will come out from them. And yeah, some like this, the little ones, the little round sponges to the left center. Now we're focusing on it. That's another species.
When you were explaining to Mike, we were sort of losing you, so if you could just keep talking into the mic.
Oh, yeah. Here we see another glass sponge, small one. This species is like that, small, not like the other one. But you can see the spines coming out from the body, call it somehow. And the arms you see around it, orange hands, those are from a crinoid. Sorry, from a ophiuroid, from a brittle star. And the white patch next to that, that's another species of sponge. And behind that one, there's another one that my guess would be that it's another species of sponge. So just here, we're looking at maybe 3-4 different species of sponges. The white tubes you see also there also, those are polychaetes, those are worms. Bueno, aquí vemos lo que parecieran como unas 3, 4, tal vez 5 especies de esponjas. La grande blanca a la derecha, otra que hay como moradita, esta redondita en el centro con las espinas que salen silíceas, a la par de esa blanca diferente, y hacia atrás otra que me parece que es una esponja. Y también vemos tubos, unos tubos blancos ahí, que es de poliquetos, y por ahí anda un crustáceo también, que lo vemos blanco, los brazos estos anaranjados de una ofiura, una estrella quebradiza. Okay, we'll move on. See, I don't see any shimmering water from. Este es otro de esos octocorales. Y detrás del octocoral una esponja, y creciendo sobre las rocas parecieran como, yo pensaría que son hidroides. Yes. It's a soft coral. Yeah, it's an octocoral. It's the same one we saw in the other images that were open up. This one has retracted the polyps. Okay. So. And one of those red streams that we've been seeing all along. Yeah, here we're coming into another species of octocoral. And this one's, if you can see this white octocoral, the polyps, which is the animal that built this structure, this is a colony, are very long. And again, 8 tentacles with the pinnacles. Aquí vemos otra vez otro octocoral con pólipos muy largos. La base es muy extensa y los 8 tentáculos típicos de este grupo con sus pinas, esas extensiones en los tentáculos. Y si no me equivoco, podemos ver en el cuerpo que es transparente, vemos unas estructuras más blanquitas, esas son escleritas, esas son estructuras calcáreas que le dan cierta solidez a este animal. Yeah, this is transparent body, and if I'm not mistaken, those white structures you see there are probably sclerites. Those are calcareous structures that hold, they give some rigidity to the animal. Good.
Anything else what we got here? Or do we
No,
got somewhere else?
let's take a look, panoramic view, and decide where to move from here. Hacer una vista panorámica, ubicarnos y seguir. Maybe just continue following the ridge, and that's the direction we have to go.
Steep side of the ridge or this side of the ridge? Or just body on the top like that?
Yeah.
Down,
Let's take a look on this side. Yeah, we're gonna move. See a little bit on this side of this ridge. Yeah, again we see this orange octocoral. All these are probably lava flows. Yeah, it's a very pronounced ridge. Yeah, very steep on both sides. Yeah, here we're seeing now black corals, octocorals, and that brownish fin may be a sponge, crustaceans, and the little round globe you see all over, that's another species of sponge. At some point we're going to try to collect that. Right now we're just exploring this place. This never been visited before, and I just have going across, just looking, see what's here, and there's been a couple of surprises already. Have you seen very different when we move from one place to another, it's big differences in the type of rocks and the organisms living there. Y no, seguimos moviéndonos por una pared de este montículo. Y ahí vemos octocorales, esponjas de varias especies. Esa pequeñita no la habíamos visto antes. Gusanos. Y vemos cómo cada vez que nos desplazamos a otro lugar, nos topamos organismos diferentes. Aquí vamos a ver un octocoral. Wow. Aquí tenemos una linda vista, esta roca con varias especies de octocorales. Vamos a estacionarnos para hacer unas tomas aquí. En este momento solo estamos explorando, no vamos a recolectar, pero quedan marcados los sitios los que nos interesa volver. Yeah, right now we're just cruising, trying to just have an idea of what's in here. No one has been here before, and when we see something interesting, we mark in the logs we mark the site to come back later. See, in the round things are sponges, and now we're focusing on this octocoral. It's very different from the other ones. Yeah, this one has the polyps are retracted, so we don't see the polyps or the tentacles. They're all retracted, and it's where those bumps are. That's where the polyp will be. And there's something there that I'm not sure where it is. It's like yeah, a little bit like, looks a bit like a snail, but not sure. Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't know what that is. If it's, I don't think it would be a jellyfish, but probably, I don't know. Maybe a crustacean. Yeah, I mean a mollusk. Yeah, let's see that. Aquí estamos viendo otro. Ajá, es un octocoral, sí, parece de esos que vimos antes, anaranjado, pero en pequeño. Softcore. Sí, this one looks like the one we've seen, the orange one, but it's very small. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They're trying to, I don't know. Yeah, those white spiky things. We're trying to figure out what it is. Maybe a sponge. To the right of that, another sponge. The circle ones are also sponges, and all of this is sitting on a sponge. So it's lots of different species of sponges here. Okay. Yeah, lots of these octocorals. We've seen them before, but not this many together. Yeah. Coming into focus, they're beautiful. You could see very clearly the 8 tentacles and the extensions, the pinnacles of those tentacles. And you can see on the body, on the lower part, the new polyp coming out, much smaller than the other ones. And so that's how it keeps growing. O sea que vemos este octocoral y se ve claramente los 8 tentáculos pinados. Y en la parte inferior en el cuerpo podemos ver a donde está saliendo un pólipo pequeñito que eventualmente se va a hacer grande como estos que vemos. Okay. Good. Continuamos nuestro recorrido. Moving on, seeing some other, more of this rock coming. Probably this is the highest point. We're at 2,587 meters depth. Yeah, we should. Yeah, head up to 14. Yeah, we have our waypoints, so we're moving in a certain direction. We have a plan of the sites to cover during this dive. Here we can look at several species of octocorals. It's like the largest the animals we see here, sea cucumber, and sponges. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we're moving to our next waypoint. Yeah, so
It's steeper behind that than it is in front of it. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that.
okay, we're coming down to this new point.
offhand is close. And then is it?
Yeah, it's dark on the side. Is that now?
I'm not sat down behind it.
Aquí vemos unos octocorales y uno de esos erizos grandes que hemos estado viendo en este sitio. Yeah, here we saw some of the octocorals we see before, and that big sea urchin we saw in detail a little while ago. Sí, lo que vemos son montículos en el fondo que va desde unos cientos de metros a tal vez 1 kilómetro de diámetro. Y este en el que estamos, que se llama Fuente, es uno de los grandes. Voy a ver si podemos mostrar el mapa. Alex, would it be possible to show the...
You want the 3D again?
Yeah. People are asking about that.
I think just now we're coming down a hill, so to keep heading the way we're heading, the hill's all behind us, that's why it just looks like there's nothing there.
Okay. Yeah, we're here about over 200 kilometers from the coast of Costa Rica on the Pacific side. And
I mean, I'm thrusting down here. Like, hard down here. Right? That's me. That looks a little high.
that's what they're seeing.
Let's just test it. Let's go down.
So there you can see the 3D map of our seamount. Little yellow box there, standing in for ROV SuBastian as we approach waypoint 14.
You only have two. Maybe give yourself a little more power. So now we're going to head east. Is that right?
Yeah, here we're coming down, and it's a combination of rocks and sediments, and see the stars typical of this sort of environment, widow stars, octocorals, and now we'll continue. We'll be moving east on top of this seamount you just recently saw the bathymetry. Aquí continuamos moviéndonos ahora hacia el este, en ese monte submarino que se mostró hace unos segundos. un ambiente diferente a lo anterior. Aquí ya es rocas con sedimentos. Algunas especies son las mismas, otras no. Yeah, so some of the walls are very steep and relatively high. Yeah, here we're coming up to one of those sea urchins and a large. Let's take a look at this. Let's start. Yeah. Yeah, shrimp. Yeah, there's a shrimp there on the right. There's that sea urchin we've seen before. Here we're coming up to a large sea star. Which again, I haven't seen during my shift. I haven't seen one of these sea stars. Gonna when we settle, put the lasers to get an idea of size, and then we'll do it with and without lasers. Yeah, here with me on the control room of Falcor 2, controlling the ROV SuBastian, is the pilot Mike and Tyler, and the Chill is not here, and Alex at the over there at the end.
Yeah, Chill was here just a moment ago.
Yeah. It was vehicle. Están aquí en el cuarto de control del vehículo SuBastian, el piloto Mike, el copiloto que está en entrenamiento Tyler, y al fondo está Alex, que es el encargado de las transmisiones. Ahí vemos los láser, lo que nos permite medirlos, están separados 10 centímetros. Esto tiene casi 30 centímetros de punta a punta. Yeah, we have put on the lasers on the bottom part, the green dots, that's 10 centimeters apart. So what we see in these animals, maybe around 30 centimeters from one arm tip to another arm tip. Nice. I'll zoom into this. Well, you can see all the details. You can see the tube feet. This group of animals have those little tube feet you see underneath the arms, and that's how they move. They will use those tube feet to move. It's a hydraulic system. It's run with water, and the mouths would be underneath what we're seeing right in the center. And many of these, what they'll do is the stomach comes out from the body, touches the substrate, and absorb the organic matter that is growing there. Ahí veíamos esas estrellas, se podían ver los pies tubulares, que es con la forma en que se desplazan. Es todo un sistema hidráulico. Y en el centro del animal, del lado abajo, está la boca. Y en muchas de estas especies lo que hacen es sacar el estómago, lo ponen sobre el fondo y ahí empiezan a absorber la materia orgánica. Vemos un tubo, probablemente una especie de poliquetos, un gusano marino. That was probably a polychaete tube. As you can notice, once we focus in, there's all sorts of organisms living there. Yeah, we see here on the back, sponges, octocorals. Very good. There's one of those acorn worm, a hemichordate. Aquí vemos este morado, es un hemicordado, un enteroneusto. Nos hemos topado varios en este día. Animales muy interesantes, difíciles de ver. Y aquí vemos no estoy seguro si es un crustáceo o no, un poliqueto encima de. Vemos el intestino. This is a hemichordate acorn worm with a polychaete biting on top, and we see the different sections of the body, and on the lower right, that's the abdomen, that's the intestine that we're seeing. And a couple hours ago, we saw one of these, and we could see it poop coming out.
All right, I'm going to have to restart the streams here. So this stream that you're watching right now, either on YouTube or Facebook, is going to drop momentarily. But we're going to get a new one fired right back up on both those platforms. So it'll take just a couple moments. Got to restart them every once in a while. See you on the other side.